be virtual. Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of June the 7th, 2022. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting, which means community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll for tonight's meeting?
Councilmember Nixon is absent until a little later in the meeting. Councilmember Black?
Here.
Councilmember Curtis?
Here.
Councilmember Falcone?
Here.
Councilmember Pascal?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Here.
Mayor Sweet?
Here. Our study session tonight is for a draft Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan review. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, welcome. So tonight's full study session is dedicated entirely to this topic of the pros plan. We are looking for council feedback. We know it's a large document, and so we have lots of people assembled to answer your questions, but I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Lynn Zwagstra, our Director of Parks and Community Services, and she's going to introduce everyone else as they come up to speak.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. We're here to speak to you this evening about the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. We actually embarked upon this journey to update the plan back in fall of 2020. We then issued an RFQ in February of 2021, and in May of 2021, we went under contract with Greenplay, who is now Barry Dunn. Here this evening to present on the plan is Mary Gardaki, our Parks Planning and Development Manager, and we have our consultants, Jeff Milkes, Tom Deal, and Dave Peterson. Now, Jeff and Tom are here in person. Dave is with us virtually, and we also have several staff members here virtually. We have our Deputy Director, our Parks Manager, and our Recreation Manager, should there be any particular questions. So Mary, Jeff, Tom, and Dave are going to lead you through the highlights of the plan, and then at the end we'll open it up for council discussion. However, if you have a question on a specific slide at the mayor's discretion, feel free to go ahead and ask at that time. So on that note, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Mary Gardaki.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Oh, what did I do? Oh. It's only been 2 years since I've been here, you know. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. From the beginning. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. It is an absolute pleasure to be here this evening to present the draft Park, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. As Lynn mentioned, we've been working on this over a year and been working with Barry Dunn, and I think the robustness of the document proves how much work we've put into it. So what I have is just 6 slides. I'm sort of the warm-up band for Jeff and Tom. And I just want to go over some key concepts and some ideas that you're going to be hearing tonight. So as you are aware, the PROS plan is a 6-year comprehensive plan for the PCS department. What this document does is it allows us to be compliant with the state of Washington. We use their guidelines from the Recreation and Conservation Office. And what that does is allow us for grant eligibility for 5 grants in particular, of a whole host of grants that are available through the RCO. And also, once adopted, it becomes part of the city's comprehensive plan. So the document itself provides a framework and foundation for future planning efforts and acts as a roadmap. So that is the base content and structure of the PROS plan. What we did this time is we also included an ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, as well as an athletic field strategic plan. Another unique component of this particular PROS plan is we also completed a comprehensive operational analysis. So we're going to go back a little bit to 2015. Since 2015, we've accomplished a great deal of things. In fact, from 2019 to 2021, we expended $19 million in capital construction. So some of those park developments, which we're all aware, the park's maintenance facility, the beautiful new Juanita Beach bathhouse and playground, Totem Lake Park with its all-inclusive playground, Rainbow Park is what it's been nicknamed, 132nd Square Park and David E. Brink Park, which are both under construction. We also accomplished some playground renovations. Those are at Terrace Park, Highlands Park, Totlop Park, which has been nicknamed Space Park, and NKCC. And we also had a few land acquisitions in this time. What we also did in this time was we expanded some innovative recreational programs and events. Basically, our sports, outdoor programming, and camp offerings were expanded. You saw that most evident in 2021 in our summer action plan, where we were trying to encourage outdoor participation. We had pop-up sprinkler parks and dog parks, and several events. The Sea Spot Splash, where, so tough to say, Sea Spot Splash event that we allowed the pooches into the pool to play with their owners. We also had Harvest Festival, and most recently, the Taste of Kirkland. So I think what's really important to discuss is what a changed community we are since 2015. And I've just listed some concepts here that I think we can all identify with and how this community has changed. I think we can all agree that the population growth is definitely one that we are looking at. And as a result, we're seeing a change and an evolution, if you will, to an urban character. The demographics have changed, and Jeff will go over that a little bit in his presentation, as well as the culture in general. Economy and funding. I think we're facing it's much more evident of the finite natural resources that we have available to us. And just the emerging recreation trends and the emerging park design trends to keep current with these changes. Also, because of the growth and the demographics, we're looking at level of service metrics a little bit differently in this plan, which again, Jeff will go over in this presentation. But I think what's most important is from 2020 alone and COVID, I think we've learned the importance of being adaptable and that we've learned how important these parks are to our community. So the recommendations, you're going to see again the shift, and what you're going to see is based on that list, we're trying to develop new and innovative ways to address the growing population and the urban environment, make better use of our existing assets, maintain and sustain the current park system that we have, and to build on this success through the operational analysis. And this will build a stronger foundation on which to grow. You also see we're offering opportunities for improvements to meet the needs of this rapidly growing and changing community. And Jeff is going to walk through the key issues and I call them opportunities, key issues and opportunities that are in the plan. And they're basically couched in these four themes: highly functioning, efficient, and a sustainable organization, parks and facilities that meet the needs of all community members, programs and service delivery, and finance and staffing. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff Milkus from Barry Dunn, Tom Deal, and Dave Peterson.
Thank you, Mary. That was a very good, very comprehensive introduction. So, Madam Mayor and Council, if I may, it'll take me just a moment to pull up the slide deck for this presentation. Let's see. Top view. Just a moment here. View and full screen. And exit out of this.
There we go.
And for some reason, Just a moment. We're almost there. There we go. We want to start in the very beginning. So anyway, good evening. And as Mary said, my name is Jeff Milkus. I'm coming out of the Portland metropolitan area. Work for Barry Dunn, and we're a management consulting company. And we kind of look at doing park planning as truly a third party, but also a partner to the client and to the city. So what we do, we look in from the outside, try to use the experience that we've gained as practitioners over, in my case, over 35 years, and then apply that as we can. But as we get into the presentation, I'd like to be kind of transparent and really clear with you that what we're presenting almost entirely comes from your community. Asking whether it's a survey or whether it's community involvement, whether it was yourselves, members of council that participated in stakeholder interviews early on, all of that is kind of baked into baked in the plan and creates the basis for what we're going to talk about. So I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about the purpose. Again, it's a 6-year plan. It's based almost completely on community engagement. It's very, very data-driven. We've tried to do what we can to provide maps that are as easy to read as possible. Very, very complicated material and very technical at times, but we've done what we think what we think is helpful. As Mary said, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the transition plan has already been completed, and we've also, we'll be talking to you a little bit about athletic fields and synthetic turf and options there. So from the last time that we met with you, I just wanted to acknowledge some of the items that you had brought to us and that we've considered and continue to consider with the plan. Everything from restrooms, dark sky compliancy, loading and unloading zones at the waterfront parks, which I think was a great suggestion, and in fact has led to a recommendation in the plan. So there's some others, and I have us in the way, and I don't know what people see and don't on TV. So okay. Communication with community members was an important topic area that you had made known to us, and we've worked in that end. Field allocation policies, we've done quite a bit of work in that area. So more or less, we want to acknowledge tonight the items that you had brought to us. So let's talk a little bit about the community. As Mary said, it is changing, and it's no longer 2015, and you don't need me to tell you that, but we're moving from 92,000 population, really at the last kind of glance in 2021, to projecting about 100,000 plus for 2026. But we know this is just the start. Because of the station area plan, we expect another 18,000 residents, and we've tried to consider that. In terms of ethnic character, this is really important for the department to consider as they move toward an agency that really values diversity, equity, inclusion, and a sense of belonging, but also to provide events and programs that truly meet the needs of all community members. So you can see that Hispanic community members from 2010 to 2021, it's a 1.36 growth, Asian population 5.92. So those are a percentage of the overall population. So they're fairly significant and certainly need to be taken into consideration. One area that I feel really good about, and I think it's kind of a point of celebration, is the amount of touch points for community engagement. And in the different work that I've done, I have to tell you that I've never seen this many for one comprehensive park master plan. And this was in part due to the tremendous effort that the department took on to do all of those great intercept events, like the ones with the young children and the opportunities where the dogs are in the pool. So 4,667 is a really good number, and we feel very confident as a result that the plan represents the needs and desires of your community. 3,000 of those were, of course, survey responses, and a smaller number were considered statistically valid in terms of the response. So we had enough responses to be able to say that from a research standpoint that we're very confident. So here's what we did in the plan. As we said, as I showed you with the demographics and trends, we looked at those. We looked at what may be coming into your community. Very clear, everything from pickleball to disc golf, always very important. Dog off-leash areas, very important to community members. And those are trends that are occurring throughout the United States. We looked at we completed services analysis is what I called them. We did a very deep dive into your recreation program, into the operations and maintenance of your parks, into how the organization is set, and really how do the finances look? How healthy from a financial standpoint is the organization? So, those are only part of it. Again, we took a real strong look at trying to answer the question, how many parks do you have, what's in their parks, but really from a user experience, what is that experience? Going to the park, are you enjoying the park? Are there things in the park, components and amenities that really make a difference to you? And do they draw you in? Are there barriers to use? We looked at how far you have to walk, but we'll go through all of that in just a moment with our colleague Dave Peterson, who will be joining us, or who has joined us virtually. Again, we went into the athletic fields, and we'll be talking to you in a little bit about what the capacity is. And, you know, unfortunately, it does rain a few days here in Kirkland a year, and that has an impact on the ability for the kiddos to get out on the field, and especially when it's getting darker earlier in the late fall and still in the spring. So we took all that into account and have some ideas for how we can make the athletic fields more productive for the young athletes, and for all the athletes for that matter. Again, the ADA transition plan was a part of this, and all of these steps brought us to some key issues, and those key issues followed some specific themes. We'll go through each of the goals that came out of those key issues. We held a visioning process with staff after we felt like we really understood what those key issues and themes were, and started asking questions for the first time. What can we do? What are the possibilities in order to enhance the level of service and enhance the service of programs, and what kind of facilities may be able to answer the needs? So we'll share with you goals, objectives. We'll share with you action items here in a moment, and how we proposed and how we prioritize those. So we'll start with a little bit of the level of service guidelines and standards, just to give you a quick definition. The level of service, especially when we're talking about park space, is how well the system provides for the needs of the community. And we talk in terms of access. Do people have access? Can they get to their park? If the standard is that we want people to walk within a 10-minute walk, or to a park from their home, is that possible? Or are there barriers? Are there streets and roads and railroad crossings that may prevent people from being able to walk? So that is one standard and one guideline. We look at number of acres per population. And acres per population is a good guideline, but it's not the end all. Because if you have just lots of green space without playgrounds and components and ball fields and amenities that help people, like restrooms and drinking fountains, the park won't meet those needs that people want. So we use a system called GRASP, and the system actually goes in and looks very carefully at each of the components within the parks, but we'll be covering that. So now I'd like to ask Dave Peterson if he can come on the line and take us through that level of service to create high-quality park experiences for the Kirkland community. Dave?
Thanks, Jeff. Like Jeff said, we looked at some guidelines and some standards, and one of the first guidelines was this idea of acres per 1,000 people. Went back to the 2000 2015 plan, and saw these guidelines, if you will, of how the community was meeting its needs in 2015. We applied the 2021 population to the current acres. In that case, we see that currently in community park acres, you have a little bit of a surplus at about 15 acres. Neighborhood parks, you're just under that guideline, about 45 acres, and in natural parks and open space, you're fairly significantly below that guideline at 160 acres. Looking out in 2026, again, with that projected population growth, we see a slight deficit in community parks, a little larger deficit in neighborhood parks, and again, a fairly significant deficit in natural parks or open space. And some may ask, what about this other population that we know that's coming in? We can project those numbers out too. We haven't yet in this table, but it is possible using those projections to calculate these acres, if you will. Next slide. So like Jeff said, our system really goes beyond just looking at the acres of parks or acres of open space that people may have access to. Really begins to look at what is inside those parks. Like Jeff said, we use a system called GRASP. It stands for Geo-Referenced Amenity Standards Process. And what that really means is that we're looking at all of those things there are to do in a park. We call those things components, whether it's a basketball court or a picnic shelter, places to socialize, places to exercise, those types of things. So things that a person would go to a park to use are known as components. We also know that there's certain things that you could put in a park that make your stay more comfortable. For example, the bathhouse at Juanita Beach Park. Having restrooms at your parks is very important to the kind of comfort and convenience of users. Drinking fountains, opportunities for shade or to get out of the weather are also important comfort and convenience amenities. Ultimately, what we're really trying to define is what should everybody in Kirkland have access to within walking distance of their house. So we set this, what we call a target. And in this case, our target was that everybody should at least have access to 3 components, and we know the popularity of and importance of trails. So 3 components in a trail. So that would mean that everybody would have access to a playground, a piece of open turf where they could go throw the frisbee, kick the ball, those types of things. Maybe a picnic shelter, maybe a basketball hoop that they might be able to play on. So again, just thinking about parks and things to do within a park. Again, those 3 or 4 components and access to a trail. Next slide, please. We went and looked at every park in your system, and we create this scorecard, if you will. So we're going out and we're counting all of those components. How many playgrounds, how many tennis courts are there in each park? We're also assigning a quality score to each of those components. Again, factoring in the fact that there may be restrooms or shade opportunities, drinking fountains, those types of things in those parks all add up to create what we call a GRASP score for each park. And in this case, we've listed all of those scores by each park. Typically, it's better if we compare parks within the same classification. So whether it's one neighborhood park to another neighborhood park, one community park to another community park, usually makes more sense to compare those scores to each other. In this next map, we've shown where those parks are and how those scores are distributed around the city. So in these red highlighted areas, you'll see the highest scoring parks. And we see fairly good distribution of those parks. There's some other parks. We see Juanita Beach there at 130, for example. There is also a few other parks kind of right under that 50 number, which was kind of an arbitrary high mark. But we see pretty good distribution kind of those higher scoring parks around the community. Oh, with all this data we collect kind of across the country, we have what we call as our national data set. Currently, that data set's about 82 different agencies. We've looked at 28,000 playgrounds and picnic shelters. I've looked at over 5,000 parks just in general. And a couple of the things that we found in Kirkland was that one of your parks scores in the top 200 of all those parks, of those 5,240 parks. So that's Juanita Beach, and Juanita Beach and Everest score in the top 10% of all those parks. So again, something to celebrate. Those national statistics also allow us to compare you to other similar sized communities, maybe not in the Washington area, but kind of across the country. We see that here that you rank high or above the median in total number of parks. And you rank high in total parks per 1,000 people, but lower in components per location, average score per location, and in components per 1,000 population. And really what I'm seeing here in this is that you have some underdeveloped or not yet developed properties, and that's really bringing those components per location and average score per location kind of down below that median. Next slide. So using all those scores and using all these statistics, we can begin to project kind of how those parks are distributed around the community. And so once again, using those scores, we create this heat map, which shows where the highest level of service is. So from where I live, what do I have access to? How many different components do I have access to? What's the quality of those parks that I have access to within walking distance of my house? And so in this case, darker orange areas are higher level of service. So people that live in darker orange areas have access to better parks, parks with more components, and parks with higher quality components within a 10-minute walk. Next slide. What that orange gradient map really doesn't tell us, though, is what should that level of service be. So previous, we talked about that target. So what should everybody in Kirkland have access to? We know that you're not going to build Juanita Beach in every neighborhood. Not everybody's going to have walkable access to Juanita Beach or Everest Park. So what should that level of service be? What should everybody have access to? In this case, we've taken that orange gradient map and bracketed. So areas that are in the purple, people that live in those areas at least have access to that target score or that target number of components and equivalency of a trail. So you might think of the purple areas as those people kind of meeting that target. Areas that are yellow in this map, I liked Mary's observation that these are areas of opportunity. So those are areas where people have access to something, but maybe not quite enough. Maybe it's one of those parks that is yet to be developed. Maybe it's that kind of lot that you own that doesn't have a playground on it yet. And so again, yellow are areas of opportunity. Gray areas, there's just a couple small gray areas. Those are areas that people, if they lived in that area, would need to walk beyond a 10-minute walk to get to a park. What we also know, hold on one second, sorry, is that we can overlay the demographics and the census on that. And we know that 63% of Kirkland residents live in a purple area, 37% live in a yellow area, and less than 1% of people live in those two gray areas. And if you're a math major and add up those numbers, you'll see that they do equal 101. That's a rounding difference between 63, 37, and 1%. Next slide, please. Jeff, do you want to take this back?
Sure.
do you want me to-
For this slide, and I think there may be the others just a moment, but we'll see. So the key issues, we know that the city is becoming more and more dense, and there may need or may be opportunities to address density in a little bit more creative manner. But it definitely requires a new approach. Requires more interest in proximity to residences, to retail and office than you would have in other more suburban park systems. Walking and biking become really, really important. Again, we know that the 85th Area Station Plan will require acreage. There's going to be 18,000 people, about 27 acres of new park space to support that, just that residential. And we know that there'll be acres that'll be required to support the employees that come along with that as well. Typical elements: dog runs, playgrounds, exercise stations, perhaps rooftop gardens, and some green space. And again, along with urban living comes a need. The need for green space is no less, but in many cases, it could be greater to be able to kind of escape and enjoy and refresh and reinvigorate yourself. So we'll go right into some goals. We'll talk a little bit now about the action items and some of the key issues. So when it comes to parks, one of the goals one set of key issues that led us to a goal is really in how the parks are meeting the community's needs. We know that the department can do a little bit better job dealing with individuals that have disabilities. In the survey, we came to realize that there are a significant number of individuals that have disabilities, but almost just as important is that those folks tell us that they have challenges accessing parks. They have challenges accessing facilities and programs. We would commend the city and the department, of course, for taking on the task of updating your ADA transition plan, and believe that a lot of these kind of challenges will be met in that regard. We know that additional dog parks are important. We know that there are a growing number of Kirkland households with dogs. We were able to ascertain through the survey again how many households are those that have dogs and kind of where they are. The department has opportunities to improve access. Kayaking, paddleboarding, the waterfront parks are a wonderful asset, and going a little bit further, another step or two higher in terms of the service level we think can really help your community and would be very much well received and appreciated. Additional year-round restrooms. We heard this quite a bit during the process. So with that said, those were just some of the many, many themes and concerns and comments that we heard. But the goal comes to expand the number of high-quality park experiences, make the parks, in a sense, enhance the experience, help meet the active and the passive recreation needs that come with those. So here are some of the examples of some of the many action items that are developed in the plan. And we put the action items right in the very front of the plan as well, so that it would be easy for you to reference and easy for the community to see that this is really what the plan is attempting to do. But increase acres of developed park space to ensure that as the population grows, so does the park system. And that's really it sounds fairly simple and easy, but we know that it isn't. And along with that is the idea that the operations and maintenance efforts and budgets and such always should accompany the increased access and increased level of service. Addressing deficiencies, filling in the gaps, partner to create service levels that will be a little better for the Big Fin Hill County Park, Bridle Trail State Park. And to do, this is an aspirational goal, to see what conversations can be had and what agreements can be made, what efforts can the city do to help the community members take greater advantage of those park spaces. Create and operate additional dog off-leash areas, which includes converting the Juanita Beach dog park from what was a pop-up to a permanent. Improve availability of restrooms, enhance the water park features. greater walkable access. So we'll move to goal 2, which is having to do with having a connected and walkable city that the department is, of course, in an excellent place in order to affect. We know that 37% of residents, as we just heard, but the real issue with level of services is on focusing on components in the areas that could improve and significantly improve the service areas. There are some parks there are some areas you'll want expanded park space, but there are also a considerable number that just improving that experience by improving components. And sometimes we use the term park infill, but determining, are there priorities there in some of those parks where we could add playgrounds or add community gardens and such will just certainly help that. The Cross-Kirkland corridor presents a really great opportunity as it does now and will into the future for active transportation and recreation. As priority could be made in additional enhancements to provide even better to try to maximize the recreational opportunities there. We know and we've heard over and over again from your community members how absolutely important and critical that is to them. So goal 2, obviously enhance and improve the CKC, promote active transportation where it's possible, create a connected system of greenways and trails. Connect so that there are opportunities, within the city and without, so that when you are on your bike or you're walking, that there's a destination location and you can get more than just a little ways down the road. Enhance wayfinding for parks and trails as well, so that people know where they are and can participate. Recreation programs and services were another area. In fact, recreation services are so well received that the department in many cases has become its own worst enemy, with large waiting list for activities because there's a lack of programming space. And the community centers that you have and such, your community really desires much more in terms of enrichment and recreational programming, fitness opportunities. So another area, in addition to community center space, would be outdoor pool or indoor pools, but aquatic facilities more so than what you have in the seasonal pool at Peter Kirk. There's a real demand and a need, and it really kind of rose near the top in terms of your community's priorities. Adding adaptive recreation programs, another important element in the recreation area to meet the individual needs of individuals that have disabilities. Additional enhanced cultural activities. We know that the community continues to grow in terms of population. We heard more so from the Hispanic community than the Asian community that they really want cultural events and activities, but I wouldn't say, I wouldn't draw a conclusion. I would take that with a grain of salt in a sense. I think cultural activities throughout all of the different ethnic groups would be of a real value to your community. So what is our goal 3? Provide a variety of recreational services, facilities, and programs that really focus on the health and well-being of all community members, all ages and abilities, promoting active lifestyles, new full-service community center, neighborhood community centers to address the gaps in programming space. And I during one of my visits, I had an opportunity to speak with some of the coordinators just kind of informally. And it was clear to me that you've got a very creative, very interested group of recreation employees who really want to do more and are constrained, again, because of the space that they operate under. So we've suggested perhaps in the interim, while you're considering an investment in additional community center space, mobile recreation programs that may go into the neighborhood parks, whether things like climbing walls or recreation programs on the run or on the go. There's a whole host of those that are run by communities around the country. And then we've also added a need for a more formal and ongoing service analysis to ensure that the programs that you do have are the ones that are making the most effective use of your limited space. And there are tools in the plan to help do that. To create a functional and sustainable, to create functional and sustainable operations of your system, we have these themes that kind of came to the top. A need to add resources to support additional park space, park development, facilities, and programs. There's a need just for some of those nuts and bolts items, policy and planning documents. Now, we've listed, in this case, national accreditation standards and industry best practices. Whether the department would at some point decide to look at a national accreditation, those are decisions that they would have to make. But the standards, nevertheless, represent the best practices across the country. And so there are a couple of comments in here and a couple of recommendations to kind of look at and follow some of those standards in terms of your policy and planning documents and kind of how you aspire to move forward. Enhanced communication efforts, another important element. What we did find was that folks who are receiving information, we ask them, how do you receive information and how do you want to receive information? And they were very closely aligned, which is another area for celebration. There's always room for improvement in this area, and we believe that's certainly the case. However, we were very pleasantly, we're very pleased with what we've seen in comparison to other communities. Staffing levels, a bit insufficient to meet the growing needs. There will be a need for recreation programming positions. We've listed them in the plan based on what we believe will be needed now and into the near future in order to support the existing program and additional growth, and then kind of what that ideal is going to need. And certainly that ideal list of staffing will raise to the top as you get closer to the area, the urban growth that you'll find within your city. A capital campaign, bonds, or other funding mechanisms may present a great opportunity to fund major expansion. And we'll tell you that we kind of asked for a little discretion with this, but we did the survey. The statistically valid says that a significant number of your community members will indeed support a bond for a specific item or for a pool and such. It isn't meant to take the place of your polling, but it is a stepping off point that we feel very comfortable with. So goal 4, maintaining organizational resilience, effectiveness, and sustainable funding. Add the positions to allow department to grow and to change, increased communication, and an emphasis on Asian and the Latino community. I might mention, because I don't know that we have it in another place here, is another point of celebration here that your department does very well. When we ask the community overall how welcome you feel, we get a certain number in how welcome in your parks and your community centers. It's over 4 on a 1 to 5 scale. But it's not really that different when we ask people and we slice and dice the data to show how people of Asian background or people of Latinx or Hispanic background answer the same question. So the department's doing a really good job of ensuring people do feel comfortable in their parks. And again, that's another point of real celebration. Add a marketing and communication division within the department. This may take some shuffling around, but we believe that communication in the future is changing. We don't necessarily put flyers and public service announcements out there and people will come. It takes social media experts and a team of perhaps millennials to come and really make the marketing program work. Explore many alternative funding opportunities. We identified quite a number of funding opportunities that may be available to the department, but that seem to be reasonable to the department, but aren't being implemented, or there hasn't been a need or a reason as of yet. But those are all in the plan. And then the last is to aspire to win the NRPA Gold Medal. And this is the National Recreation and Park Association's opportunity to look at each look at different agencies around the country and kind of put a flag out there of who's the best of the best. And this is not a recommendation or a goal that I typically make, but I can tell you without any reservation that your department is ready to compete for this very prestigious award. So, goal 5, to prioritize access for all. Again, we've talked about really the excellent and inclusive job of meeting the needs of the community. There's more that can be done. Better support for individuals with disabilities, and the access issues are being addressed already. So, to prioritize access and parks and programs for all Kirkland community members, what we're recommending is to continue the work they're doing, but also look at policies and practices for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Look at external policies and practices. And so internal, dealing with training of the staff and ensuring the recruitments are appropriate. Looking at policies and practices on the outside of what you can do to ensure people have the proper information, perhaps translated services and what have you. Looking at a naming policy as you move forward, recognizing with purpose and intent the indigenous people of the area. Affordable programs and fees, ensuring that your scholarship programs are in line, and implementing, of course, the new transition plan. So right now I'd like to invite Tom Deal, my colleague, to come and talk to you a little bit about athletic fields. He took the lead in this part of the study.
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, this was kind of a study within the study. We looked at your athletic facilities and mainly your athletic fields. What we identified through a lot of community engagement, observations, a team member going to all of your fields and in talking to staff, that there really just are not enough available hours to serve the community the way they want. 18 fields in Kirkland were over permitted in our opinion, the number of hours that they should be used annually. Only one field at the time had lights. We know that 132nd Square Park is going to open shortly and will include lights. It's opening this October. The demand for field space is so high that the city permits rectangular sports to use the diamond outfields during off-peak times, and that really puts a stress on your fields. Your fields, because of your climate and the amount of use that you use them for, don't really get rested during the prime growing and rehabilitation season. Ideally, you would have enough fields that you could take a field out during the summer, late spring, early fall, and allow it to rest and grow. As Jeff said earlier, the region does receive significant rain, and the rain places stress not only on the fields, but on the programming of the fields. Groups don't want to be canceled, and when they're canceled, they're trying to make up all those dates. Your participation in youth sports is increasing, and it's not just youth sports, it's all of your adult sports as well. What we really noticed is the number of people playing sports requiring a rectangular field. The interest for that seems to be outpacing the number of people playing on the diamond fields. A portion of the demand for athletic fields is being met through the Lake Washington School District fields, but they also receive very heavy use during the school hours. And in speaking to staff, we found that it's not always reliable, that when the school has a change in their schedule or weather affects their programs, it in turn affects the recreation use. The field demand and regulation field play are really concentrated on a small number of fields. So we do think there's a need for more. Many of your fields are not regulation size, and they're located in neighborhoods or at schools that have limited support services such as restroom, parking, drinking fountains, or bleachers. So those aren't the areas that the groups really want to go and use. Hours of use at the school district fields are limited. The high school fields, basically, from what we hear, The community doesn't really get much use because the high school's almost always using them. And there's more and more growth. Traffic impacts people's willingness to travel to fields, all across your community, especially if they're not nearby. We spoke to the Kirkland staff about scheduling fields. You have an extremely complex scheduling situation, and I think they're doing the best they can with the number of fields and the number of user groups. Mary did a great job connecting us with the user groups, and we had some specific athletic field focus group only meetings. So it wasn't just what we heard in the survey. We actually talked to both the users of the fields and the people who have used the fields in the past and the people we believe would be using the fields in the future. There's an insufficient number of rectangular fields, and we're seeing more interest in cricket and rugby as well. So based on all of that, we developed Goal 6, which was to enhance and improve access to athletics and sport opportunities. In our goals, you'll see we're recommending renovating and enhancing athletic fields to raise the service level. We're recommending that you increase your free time play on fields, so you actually set aside time that it's not programmed, where family units and individuals can use the fields to increase the rest opportunities purposely. And we do believe there's a need for synthetic turf fields. It would increase play and could decrease maintenance costs.
Thanks, Tom. The last goal area has to do with sustainability, and we wanted to ensure that there's a nice presence in the plan to follow through as well from the 2015 plan. Department may benefit from a heightened focus in this area. Here are some of the actions. The department we're recommending should really develop its own kind of internal sustainability plan as it moves forward. Look at LED lights and efficiencies to continue to reduce its footprint. Look at gas-powered equipment that may still be out there to look at electric, and really focus on the tree canopy, on the policies and the practices. So we ended up with, as we move forward with those goals, we ended up with capital recommendations, and you could see that there's a substantial amount of money there. This list represents not necessarily all new items. This represents what was in your existing, both funded and unfunded CIP capital improvement plan or program, as well as some of the new items. So they are all listed there as opportunities and such. In order to help guide the recommendations, we looked at the primary focus of the recommendations as maintaining, sustaining, enhancing, improving, taking care of what you have, but also looking at what can you do to enhance and increase the quality and the opportunity. We looked at prioritizing in terms of short term, up to 3 years, up to midterm, 4 to 6 years, and then longer term are those things that were 7 to 10 years that may take longer to get or just simply weren't identified as necessarily the same level of priority. Here are some examples to show you. We have some that are ongoing. So in addition to the others, they don't start and end, but they continue on. So providing updated bike and route information, for instance, and keeping that updated and keep putting it in the program guide, that's an ongoing action item. Short-term action item in the similar instance is secure bike parking at parks. Racks located near each of the use areas, self-service bike repair stations, and such. this is short term. It's kind of what some may consider low hanging fruit. It may not be that expensive. It may be some of the short term things may be accomplished kind of internally, but they are shorter term. We believe that either the priority is or the opportunity exists to do those in the first 3 years. A little bit longer term would be midterm, which may take more capital expenditure. It may take longer in terms of contracting to get there. It may, in some of these cases, it may take specific plans or specific master plans for parks to kind of come to full circle and be ready to let the shovel hit the dirt, per se. Longer term along those same areas have to do with projects that definitely would take many, many years to get from A to B to C. And, neighborhood recreation center, for instance, that may need to be built could be considered a long term, could be considered a midterm. It depends on how the priority falls out. Implement a model to operate the Kirkland Teen Union building. That's another item that could be midterm. In this case, we think it probably would be longer term. So then once we go through all of those recommendations that you find in Section 2 of the plan, here is one way. There are many ways to implement such a plan, and what we're recommending is really to look at the internal staff that you've got and allow people at all levels of the organization to take a lead role in creating ways to implement the different goals and action items, because many of these items are opportunistic, but at the same time, there's some creativity and opportunity built in there, and some decisions that still need to be made. Take frontline staff, but also look at a supervisor or manager to work with them. These are just some ideas. Important to report out as is possible monthly. Ensure that once you've invested in this plan and you're starting to work on it, that the community sees that it's, you're taking steps to implement each of the areas, each of the action items. This slide just simply, we wanted to make sure that you had seen the numbers. I spoke about it a little bit earlier. This has to do with the support for funding sources. And you can see there definitely is support at the top for a bond referendum of sorts. We met with the Park Board on May 25th, and we just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge their wonderful input, but at the same time, we just want to make sure that you know kind of where they were coming from. So they voiced the importance of the aquatic and recreation facility, the CKC, desire to do more prioritization of the recommendations. They had concerns about relocating Lee Johnson Field in Peter Kirk Park, which is a recommendation to take a look at the overall park area in a master plan per se, to really decide, is that park and those components, do they fit with the kind of the new urban landscape? Parking capacity concerns related to synthetic turf fields, the growth, the need for land acquisition due to shrinking supply of available land. These were all comments that were made by the Park Board. So that's the end of our more formalized presentation, and we wanted to leave enough time here to hear your comments or questions and such, and to clarify things, so that as we move closer to bringing the plan to a point of adoption, that we can ensure that all of your needs and desires are included and met. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation tonight. That is a pretty amazing capture of an incredible document with an incredible amount of information. So with that, shall we just move into discussion? Councilmember Black.
Yeah, my comments are going to be fairly short, so it'll be a good kickoff for those of my colleagues who might have more lengthier comments. But thank you again for the presentation. Great job, and for all the hard work that goes into a plan this comprehensive, this detailed, this lengthy. So My main comment that I wanted to make is actually one that was mentioned on the last slide by the park board. I just wanted to sort of add my voice to those who see the Lee Johnson Field as a kind of a jewel of our civic center, which is our Peter Kirk Park, not just the park, but the performance center and the library and all of that in the heart of what is going to be sort of a growing, more urbanized area. It's a real jewel. I don't see it, just for any of our listeners or even my colleagues and the staff, I don't see it as remaining a diamond field used only for baseball. I see it as something that gets redeveloped as part of a broader plan to have a multitude of different uses, whether it's ultimate frisbee or baseball or softball or anything, and it would be great for it to be a field that could be used more months out of the year as well. So I just wanted to add my voice to that. I think there was information in the plan about using Taylor Fields in a new and different way, including Lee Johnson for lack of a better term, relocation of Lee Johnson Field. Getting more out of Taylor Field is definitely something that we've talked about for years in different circles. And it would be great to find a way to get more recreational use out of that area if it's at all possible. But not. But I guess I would add. I would just say my voice is, but not replacing Lee Johnson Field, repurposing Lee Johnson Field, redeveloping Lee Johnson Field, making it more inclusive. But it's just such a jewel to have something like that in the heart of our downtown, and it's really part of a corridor from the marina through our more historic downtown, through that civic center, up into the Kirkland urban, and then all the way up into the station area plan that we're going to have. So I just love that cross-section of Kirkland, and it's something I have a strong interest in trying to preserve. So I wanted to add my voice to that. I did want to make one comment about in the connection with athletic field availability. We have some very interesting fields that are older, pretty simple. In Kirkland, I'm thinking of like Highlands Park and Spinney Park, Spinney Homestead Park, several others. Even the soccer field at Crestwoods Park. They're probably, because they have a tiny little backstop in one corner, they might be defined as diamond parks. They're really more really more rectangular parks with a tiny backstop in the corner. And so, I think as much as we talk about our rectangular field users using the outfields of diamond fields, we really we aren't doing I think there's something to be said about this level of service we're providing to our diamond field users too, because we're basically asking them with a tiny little backstop that's really not useful, whether you're playing softball or baseball, to play a diamond sport or practice a diamond sport on a rectangular field. So we all know from the region that there are a lot of ways to improve our athletic fields to make them better for both rectangular field use and for diamond field use. And that's something I would really like to be a legacy of this effort, is just fields that are just more useful to more different types of athletes, young and old, and through more months out of the year. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to the work of consultants and staff, and especially our hardworking park board. I think it shows in what we have seen so far. I'd also say that I really like the recommendations around the field conversions you have. There's a table in there. Really all good ideas. You went through each park and each field and identified what that future might look like. And the CIP projects at the end, you added a number of new projects. Was impressed by those, so thank you. My comments are really about things that I've heard from the community over the years, and making sure that they're being considered or reflected in the PROS plan, and also kind of emerging things that we're starting to talk about and making sure that that's also reflected. So I'm just going to go through these real quick. First thing focuses on Objective 1.7, where it talks about prioritizing and improving safety and security in our parks and facilities. That's on page 18 of the plan. There is expanded legislative authority now granted to cities to install park zones along along arterials and roadways to where you can, municipalities can then locate speed enforcement cameras within the park zones. So I feel like the PROS plan should say something about perhaps considering that in the future. I mean, I see that being something that I'd be interested in looking at by Houghton Beach Park and Juanita Beach Park as a couple examples of where that might be applicable. Also around kind of policies, I didn't really talk about parking policies much at our parks. I didn't see a lot of that in the PROS plan, and we just were talking about that the other meeting. So it's not just about pay parking, but it's about time-limited parking and how do you have turnover so that more people can enjoy our parks. Those that can't walk as far can have access. So I think I'd like to see something related to that. I really was glad to see the emphasis on a skate park. That's something I've heard from a lot of teens. You know, having to travel to Woodinville and Redmond, communities that don't have nearly as high a population as Kirkland, yet I see that as a major deficiency for a city of our size. There was an Objective 1.1 that was added around the partnerships with King County and Washington State Parks, around bridle trails and around Big Fin Hill Park. And it was about ensuring kind of continued levels of service there. I'm just wondering if it should go a little bit further and say something about what happens if those entities no longer want the parks or can no longer afford to maintain them. Kirkland we should be interested in taking on those parks. And I think we should say something about that. What conditions or what types of situations where when we would want to step in and say, hey, listen, that's a cherished community asset. You know, this other entity isn't taking care of it. Let's consider taking on ownership. So that I would just like to see that go a little bit further, that policy. And then I'm going to end it on around the goal number 7, that protect and conserve the natural environment for future generations. That's a goal that I know is very important to many people. I didn't see strong language on preservation of open space and expanding and seizing opportunities to expand parks. Working with the county, with the state, with nonprofits to partner together to purchase open space like we just celebrated at Big Fin Hill Park. I'd like to see some policies or objectives around that to do more of that. Okay. And I see one before us at Juanita Heights Park that I'd like us to really take on to see if we can purchase additional land. So I didn't see that emphasized as much as I would like. And then the other thing was I didn't see anything around Green Kirkland in there, Green Kirkland Partnership and park stewards, and that's a really valuable piece of how to maintain our open space in our parks. And I might have missed it, but I didn't see anything under. I would assume that would fall under goal number 7, and that I'd like to see that continually be expanded and enhanced as we take on more parkland. And then finally, one thing that I've seen some cities do is adopt ordinances or policies around no net loss of parkland, so that future councils can't come in and repurpose parkland for other uses, that if they do, because there might be justifiable reasons to do that, but if you do, you have to replace that. So there's no net loss of parkland. And I'd be interested in considering that as a council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, wow. Thank you so much to the whole team, to Lynn and Mary and John and Jason and Sarah and Jeff and Tom and Dave and the park board and the rest of the team. I'm sure there are other folks who worked on this too. I was really impressed reading through this. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to work as a council member on updating the pros plan, and this is a really impressive piece of work. I'm impressed by how much community input, so thank you to the community for so much input. You know, to kind of just add on to something that Councilmember Black said, you know, I first fell in love with Kirkland and decided we wanted to move to Kirkland because of the Kirkland parks. And I know I've said this before, and in particular, it was Peter Kirk Park that just made me fall in love with the city of Kirkland when I was down there. My two older kids were very little at the time, and we had just moved to the area. And I was so struck by the beauty of our parks and how well it connected to downtown Kirkland and the waterfront parks. So this is something that's really near and dear to me, and I agree with Councilmember Black that Lee Johnson feels in particular. You know, I share the park board's passion for wanting to make sure that that space is really utilized well and thoughtfully. So thank you. I appreciate that comment in particular. I have a few comments. It's not going to be a surprise that I really appreciate the focus on equity, and in particular the focus on making sure that we're really not just accessible, but inclusive in our parks and parks programming. So thank you so much for the thoughtfulness of that. I know that we've heard that from a lot of folks in the community. And I'm really glad to see that we're moving, you know, we've already been doing this in practice and in this plan as well, that we move beyond just pure accessibility and the minimum standard for ADA compliance, right? That we think about not just physical disabilities, but intellectual and developmental disabilities as well as others. So I'm really happy to see, for example, the 1.7D around fencing and playgrounds. Thank you for that. That keeps small children, as we know, as well as autistic children and others who are more likely to elope. So I really appreciate that. I know we've already done some work in recent years on that front. And I think there is more that we could do. I'd like to see us push a little bit more on the programming side for being truly inclusive. We do have, you know, some areas that we talk about this in 5.4. We could add another objective there specifically around inclusive programming and making sure, you know, this could include things such as training our instructors to make sure they really understand how to be inclusive, and not necessarily just having separate classes for children and adults with disabilities and separate programming, but really making sure that the environment that we create is inclusive, that we have, you know, that our swim instructors understand their students that may have disabilities, and that they understand how to give instruction and really be inclusive there. And the same with our arts and our dance and all the different programming that we have. So I'd like to see us look at that more comprehensively around how we can create a whole program specific, a whole initiative related to really inclusive programming and how to go about that and be proactive with that. You know, we could have not just the allowance of aides, but maybe some sort of ombudsperson, or, you know, a person that, or a liaison that somebody can work with to really understand how their child or their family member can really be included in our program. I think there's a lot of different ideas there for how some parks programs do that, and I'd like to see us explore a more comprehensive plan related to that. Also, my handwriting is really messy, so just bear with me here as I'm trying to read my handwriting. You know, I'm also curious, another question I have is, I saw that we have included in our list of parks that schools are included in school spaces, right? Have we thought about how the likely future urbanization of school property would change the amount of park space, how we're defining park space is available to the community? Was that calculated in here when we're looking at this, that we might see? I know, you know, Councilmember Pascal was talking about no net loss of park space, but I assume that city-owned property, if we were to go that route, and there's a lot of district-owned property that we're defining as park space and proximity to folks when we're looking at the, you know, the 10-minute walk accessibility to park space. Could we see some of that diminished if the school district starts to build workforce housing, parking structures, other things on their property that there may be less outdoor space for folks in the community to use. And if not, how could we do that? I just want to make sure we're looking towards the future as we do that. We also, as was mentioned tonight, we talk a lot about our waterfront park access and increasing waterfront park access and increasing the recreational ability. And we don't touch a lot on water safety. I'd like to see us explore a little bit more about how we can increase water safety. There's a mention of it. I think it's 1.7, but there's mention of continuing to prioritize, our current lifeguarded beaches to either maintain or increase the level of service there. But I'd like to see us look at this again more comprehensively. Are there other things that we could do to increase safety, whether it be more formal at our non-lifeguarded beaches? What can we do where folks still are? We know that folks in the community are swimming in those beaches. What are things that we could do? And perhaps having a more formal life vest loaner program, looking at policy around requiring life vest usage on boats out in the water. And there probably are other things that I'm not thinking of as well. So I'd like to see us really examine what we can do to increase where we already are. Water, it was acknowledged in the draft plan, our waterfront parks are so desirable and so many folks want to come there in the summer. And unfortunately, we've had some tragic losses along our waterfront parks in recent years. And so I want to see what we can do as we are anticipating that usage to grow. What can we do to be safer there? And finally, under goal 7, objective 4, we talk about canopy preservation. I'd like to add here just reference to continuing to monitor our canopy and increasing the frequency that we monitor our canopy. As we know, the cost of doing such studies with drones has decreased over the years. And so we could reference that. I know that's something that we've talked about in other plans, so perhaps we could reference there. And I think that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Lynn, Mary, and team, Jeff, Tom, and Dave. This is an impressively detailed document with a lot to think about. Mary's description during her intro, as this is robust, only begins to describe how much detail there is in looking at what we can do about our park system. Even as we update and refine our previous acres per person metric and look at other ways we look at things, we know we're going to need to add parks. You mentioned, Jeff, that a 58-acre need, if we use the acres per person metric, even in just in the next 5 years. I'm having a hard time picturing that. So as we go beyond this draft, I'd like to know how that compares to other parks. Councilmember Pascal has mentioned if we had the opportunity to take over Big Fin Hill Park, we'd want to do so. And I support stronger language to say, let's be opportunistic there. If we did that and we're able to program it to its full capability, how does that compare to that future need? I'd like to have those kind of answers. I'd also like to know, the 58-acre number was a 5-year number. We're looking at a comprehensive plan, goal of 20 years. What I'd like to understand the overall picture of what that is, and in the context of Big Fin Hill Park, which is a county-owned park, and Bridle Trail State Park, does that meet that 20-year need if we were able to incorporate those into your score map and go forward? There's some great detail in the station area plan, which is also a 20-year number that talks about how we would get to those goals, and at least lays out that trail map of how to get there. I'd like to at least have enough information to say we're realistic about those acquisition goals over 20 years, given population growth. Related to that, you mentioned a difference in your presentation between guidelines and standards, and I'd like to understand which things we're going to be talking about with adoption of this plan, or is that a future discussion that we'll get to those numbers? Secondly, this acquisition is going to require revenue. You talk in the plan about bonds in general as a possibility. I'd like to see more details on the specific financing options that are out there beyond just general obligation bonds as a concept, or voter-approved bonds, which in this state require a 60% voter approval. There are other options that only require majority approval, capital levies, a metropolitan parks district. I'd like to see more information of the full menu of things versus bonds is just a shorthand. We know we need to raise revenue. Let's have some information in there to help start that discussion of what things are there.
Okay.
Finally, related to this, there's some areas that I want to make sure we're being precise in the language that we're using in the plan. Couple topics. Impact fees are going to be a significant source of revenue to support future growth. But under state law, those only could be used for growth. We have a mechanism that is very robust for impact fees. But if we define, I'm concerned that if we define things in our pros plan as deficiencies, we can't use impact fees to correct them. And want to be very careful in how we define those sorts of things. Another precision issue is around the Cross-Kirkland corridor. There is the difference when we talk about the Cross-Kirkland corridor is the corridor where the city owns 100 feet of right-of-way. And currently we have an interim trail that's, 15 feet maybe? And I want to be very precise in talking about when we're talking about the corridor, which has great opportunity for linear parks and facilities, and we have a Cross-Kirkland corridor master plan that has the potential for future transit. I want to make sure that we're reflecting that vision in the master plan and differentiate when we're talking about corridor versus interim trail. And then finally, the draft plan talks about cricket, defining it in a bucket of alternative sports. Your slide updated to non-traditional. I still think we can look at the precision of how we talk about things. I don't know a lot about cricket, but when I looked it up over the weekend, it's got a worldwide fan base greater than baseball, which the city devotes significant resources to. So we recognize it as an area that's unserved. The survey didn't list it as a high priority, but it was mentioned in focus groups and highlighted as a future interest. You have some language in there saying we're going to look at pursuing that regionally. I'd like to see some more details on how we would support that regionally, and just look at how we describe it as an area we're going to work on without a judgment that says mainstream versus alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, Jeff and Tom, it's nice to see you in person. And thank you to consultants and staff and park board and staff. Someday I hope to see all of you in chambers. So this is a detailed, comprehensive plan. I'm really, really impressed with the level of detail. And it's obvious you listened to us because there were many things that you've incorporated that we have given you ideas over time. So thank you for that. Because it's so detailed, I feel like we buried the lead a little bit. And I'm concerned that a lot of people are not going to read all 800 pages. And so in the exec summary, I would like to see a description of what our long-term vision is for our park system. And you've done a great job of acknowledging that people are happy with our parks. They love our parks. Our parks are well-programmed, well-used. But I think that we need to answer the questions are, where are we going from here? What are our greatest needs? You know, let's tell this story to Kirkland. What kind of open space do we need? What fields and courts? And all of that is in the plan, but I think we need to elevate it so that people can access it quickly, because we're going to go to the community with this document and we're going to say, let's talk about a future ballot measure, and we need to tell them why we're here, not go, hey, go to page 325 and you can learn about, our deficit and field space. So let's work on that entry place, or, that executive summary, excuse me. In goals of objectives, one of the things that we talked about, it was very clear from the community, is there is a need for an aquatic space, an aquatic center. But we actually don't say that in goal number 1 in our objectives. We never specifically call out that we need an aquatic center. And Jeff sort of turned his head, and I promise you, I've read this like
Oh, no,
10 times.
I understand.
So if you catch me, we'll talk about it offline. Don't embarrass me here.
No.
So in that, I want to call out in goal 1, I want to call out the need for an aquatic center, that there's a demand for it, and a very real need. And also, again, highlight that the need for new parks, new community center, developing the CKC. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Your comment on the CKC is not that 15 feet, it's that 100 feet. I think that's really important that the community understands that. And one of the things in the plan is the issue we have around encroachment. And, I think we're going to discover that along the CKC. The demand for pickleball was very clear in our community, but I didn't see that in the needs assessment. We talk about it in the athletic field survey, that we have one park, I can't remember off the top of my head, where we're going to think about adding pickleball, but we don't really talk about that being a priority for the community. And one of the and in that, we could talk about creative solutions. Can we use tennis courts, the tennis courts at Heritage Park? Can we use them for a dual purpose? Can people play tennis and pickleball on there? Thank you. Councilmember Black just checked his watch. Thank you, Councilmember Black.
Well, my mom is texting me, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Black, for your comment about Peter Kirk Park. I don't think the conversation around Peter Kirk Park is let's get rid of baseball. I think the conversation is how can this space be utilized in a way that's more inclusive for our community to use in a variety of ways. Can the space accommodate additional kinds of sports? You said ultimate frisbee. I have a lot of friends that play ultimate frisbee. Can we meet the growing needs of our diverse community so everyone is served? We know this is an underutilized space. How can we use that space better? We're not asking baseball to leave. We never want to see it again. We just want to say, how can this valuable real estate be used in a better way? Councilmember Falcone talked about lifeguard and beach access, so I won't. But I also felt like we mention it, but we really don't talk about solution or needs for that. So I concur with her comments on that. Some of the graphing, and I'm talking on page 55, Exhibit 9 and 10, it talks about Washington State use of or participation in sports, and specifically Kirkland sports. I would like to, if it's possible, I would like to see that data expanded, because it's, again, we've got things in there. We talk about saltwater fishing, doesn't happen in Kirkland. We talk about hunting. I would like to talk about, we have 11 miles of shoreline, so what is the demand for stand-up paddleboarding? What is the demand for swimming? What is the demand for pickleball, lacrosse, so forth? And as a policymaker, it would be super helpful not to just see how people are using it now, but what are the trends? I mean, you had said in your presentation that there's more demand for rectangular fields versus baseball fields, but that data, we don't have data that shows that. We have, statements to say that, but I need to see data. Speaking of paddleboarding, the gentleman on the front of the document is paddleboarding without a life jacket. So let's update that picture.
Great catch.
And he could get a ticket for that. Athletic field. Athletic field strategy. I was on the park board, and I wanted athletic field strategy done 5 years ago, so I'm so thrilled to see it. But I would like that section, a little more detail in it. You had talked about that the quality of the fields has improved. There's less concern that we heard 5 years ago. What I'd like to know is the fields do need to be replaced every 10 years, and you talked about composting, recycling them, so forth. Just more information about that. How do you compost a field? How is it used, recycled? So that would be helpful. I have 3 more pages that I will not share today, but I will reach out to staff and maybe we can sit down and talk about it. None of it is policy, it's just little things like this. But one suggestion I have is when this comes back to us, to have a red line version so that we can see where changes have made and won't have to read in detail all 800 pages. Last couple of things. Councilmember Pascal talked about Big Fin Hill. Well, a couple people talked about Big Fin Hill Park and bridle trails. Completely agree. I would love to acquire those properties. But in my reading with the plan, I thought that what we had suggested is that we talk about a partnership with King County and the state to possibly program those entities. So maybe I'm wrong, but that might be a possibility. Let's see what else I have. We talk about long-term, short-term. I would like to see those in actual years, just to hold us more accountable. We did that in the Sustainability Master Plan. We said this is a 1 to 3 year, this is a 3 to 5. We may not always reach our targets, but at least we've set them. Let me see what else I have. Deputy Mayor talked about ballot measure versus bonds. Oh, and I also want to concur with Councilmember Falcone's comment about we're looking at supporting individuals with neurodiversity or disabilities in our programming, not just our park spaces. So thank you, Councilmember Falcone, for bringing that up. And that is it for me. Thanks so much.
Wonderful.
Well, you're all 3 writing all along with all of this. This is amazing feedback. The only thing that I'm going to add is I'm going to jump on the comments about Lee Johnson. In 1982, Kirkland won the World Series on a diamond field. We will never be able to eliminate it entirely from our downtown park. With regard to the priority for athletic fields, I think that is something, to me, it was a very expensive item, but it seems to me that it's the biggest bang for the buck, is to get moving on the athletic fields. We have more and more kids, more and more adults playing sports on rectangular fields. It's time to do that. And then in terms of Deputy Mayor Arnold's comments with regard to the discussion of ballot measure options, I think we are going to be moving into a deep discussion about that as we proceed along a separate path from here. So I'm hoping that that information can then be amended into the plan rather than to kind of duplicate the work. And with that, thank you all for an amazing discussion, an amazing document. Yes, please, red lines. And with that, I think we will break until we come back for a regular meeting at 7:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are back in session following a draft Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan review. I'm going to announce a small change in our agenda. Following our honors and proclamations today, we are going to move into reports from our representatives and the President of Cascadia, just out of respect for the fact that they have been with us. So, to begin, Buffalo, Uvalde, Stanwood, Tulsa. Innocent people killed in mass shootings over and over and over. Grief, outrage, disbelief, fear. The last few weeks have been so excruciatingly unfolding in tragedy. We have been continuously confronted with seemingly unexplainable acts of gun violence that pain us, that disturb us, that stir something in us that knows this is not how it should be. We brace ourselves every time we turn on the news in preparation of the next heartbreaking story of more loss from gun violence. We see photos of victims of gun violence and we imagine our loved ones, our children or grandchildren, our parents, our sisters and brothers, our friends and our neighbors. Although miles away recently, this tragic loss of life hits home here in Kirkland. These are hard times and the path forward for our country is complicated. We all must choose how we want to catalyze the range of emotions that stirs us in the face of such tragedy as we've witnessed these last few weeks. The city's website has information and links for our community to learn more about how to be safe and to seek support. There is no more important purpose of government than the safety of our community. We believe that. We will never forget that. In these moments of outrage, fear, and utter sadness, the city recommits itself to doing everything within our authority to reduce gun violence. Thank you. With that, our first proclamation is the National Gun Violence Awareness Proclamation. Councilmember Neil Black will help me with it. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you said so eloquently, we'll be proclaiming June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Kirkland for the reasons that will be outlined in the resolution. And as you noted, the memo in the packet and the Kirkland website have much more resources about how to reduce gun violence and the actions the city of Kirkland has taken, as well as the link to the national website, wearorange.org, which has much more information on the national efforts to reduce gun violence. We're also joined by representatives from the local Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America to accept the proclamation.
It's muted. Okay.
Oh, it was muted? Test. All right. All right. Okay. Tonight I'm going to be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the City of Kirkland. All right. Here we go. Sorry, Rebecca. I'd like this to go smoother, but it's not going to. All right. Whereas the first Friday in June is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, also known as Wear Orange Day, recognized and supported by Kirkland's local chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a nonpartisan grassroots movement of Americans fighting for public safety measures to protect people from gun violence. And whereas the Wear Orange movement was founded in 2015 to honor and remember 15-year-old honor student. Sorry. 15-year-old honor student, Hadia Pendleton, who was gunned down in a Chicago. Good Lord. You should have let somebody else pronounce this. Okay. Was gunned down in a Chicago playground in 2013. And whereas the foundation of Wear Orange is constructed out of an unblemished desire to shape a future free from gun violence, the color orange, a vibrant emblem of protection selected by a group of Hadia's friends who chose the color orange because it is a bold, bright color that demands to be seen, and the color that hunters wear in the woods to safeguard themselves and others from harm. And whereas the timing of this year's proclamation follows recent tragic mass shootings, I'm so sorry, including a school shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, which took the lives of 22 people, including teachers and students, as well as a mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, that took the lives of 10 Black community members. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, every day more than 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, along with more than 230 who are shot and wounded, and there were more than 19,000 gun homicides in 2020. And whereas Friday, June 3rd, marks the 7th annual National Gun Violence Awareness Day, meant to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to formally declare that we as a country must do more to reduce gun violence. And whereas the Kirkland City Council strives to balance support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding community members and efforts to keep guns away from those with dangerous and violent histories. Whereas the Kirkland City Council has proactively worked alongside the Kirkland community to determine actions the city can undertake to reduce gun violence, launching a massive community engagement effort in 2018, and subsequently passing the Save Lives Through Gun Safety resolution in May of 2018. And whereas gun safety continues to be a priority for the council, which committed to further gun safety measures in Proposition 1, the city's enhanced police services and community safety sales tax measure, which was passed by voters in the fall of 2018 and has provided support for firearm training videos, free gun locks, and gift cards for surrendered gun events. And now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim Friday, June 3rd, 2022, as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Kirkland, and encourages our community members to wear orange in honor of Hadia Pendleton and to signify an allegiance to those who share the unified vision of a future free from gun violence. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Elbaum, and I am the local group lead for the Redmond, Woodinville, Kirkland Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America group. We are a grassroots movement of Americans fighting for public safety measures that can protect people from gun violence. We know that gun violence is preventable, and we're committed to doing what it takes to keep families safe. We are a volunteer organization with chapters in every state of the country and Washington, D.C. We have over 8 million volunteers. On behalf of our local group, the volunteers, survivors, and the youth that make up Students Demand Action, I'd like to thank the Kirkland City Council for your steadfast support of gun violence prevention and for declaring June 3rd National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Lastly, if anyone would like to join us, you can text JOIN 264433, and you will be contacted by one of our friendly membership team members. Or if you want to let our senators know that you are for gun safety measures and you would like stronger background checks, you can contact them by texting BOLD, B-O-L-D, to 64433, and you will be connected to our state senators. Thank you.
Our next proclamation is our annual Juneteenth proclamation. Deputy Mayor Arnold will be reading that proclamation with an introduction from the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, and has recently been made a state holiday as well. We're declaring June 19th as Juneteenth in Kirkland for all the reasons that will be outlined in the resolution. And as before, want to let folks know that there's much more information that can be found on the Kirkland website. And there's also links in the memo. And here to receive the resolution is Sheila Stanton, who's working on organizing Kirkland's first Juneteenth celebration, which is going to happen this weekend. And I believe she's joining us by phone.
I'm not currently seeing Sheila in the audience.
Is she here today?
Deputy Mayor, you want to proceed with the proclamation?
We'll proceed then. A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming June 19th as Juneteenth in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas Juneteenth recognizes and commemorates the day of June 19th, 1865, when enslaved African Americans in Texas were informed by Major General Gordon Granger that they were free, ending 246 years of chattel slavery. And whereas though President Abraham Lincoln enacted the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, resistance to the executive order, as well as continued fighting in the state of Texas regarding the abolishment of slavery, significantly delayed the freedom of slaves. And whereas on June 19, 1866, 1 year after Major Granger's announcement, the freed African-American men and women in the state of Texas held the first Juneteenth, or African-American Independence Day celebration, and Juneteenth celebrations would later spread to all corners of the country. And whereas for people of African descent in this country, Juneteenth is the closest occasion of a true Freedom Day to celebrate, and the day is marked with special events, picnics, and family gatherings. And whereas, despite that over 156 years have passed since chattel slavery was officially ended in the United States, the nation continues to struggle with dismantling the lingering effects of discriminatory systems and structural racism in our country. And whereas the murder of George Floyd by Minnesota police officers in 2020 sparked a national dialogue and protests across the United States, including here in Kirkland, bringing continued inequities and injustices to the forefront of our collective conscience and providing us with an opportunity to make meaningful change. And whereas the City of Kirkland strives to create a Kirkland where Black people feel safe and respected and interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism no longer exists. And on August 4th, 2020, the city passed Resolution R5434 to examine and dismantle institutional and structural racism in Kirkland and has since completed many actions called for in the R5434 legislation. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in Kirkland, recognizing its historical importance and calling our community to join us in listening, reflecting, and acting so that we can continue to make progress on the arduous journey toward achieving racial justice for all.
Thank you. Our final proclamation today will be our Pride Month proclamation, and Councilmember Kelly Curtis will be reading that after an introduction from the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll be proclaiming June 2022 as Pride Month in the city of Kirkland. Once again, there are several links to resources for members of the LGBTQIA+ community, including lamberthouse.org, pflagbellevue.org, genderdiversity.org, and genprideseattle.org. And we also have representatives from Eastside Pride here to receive the proclamation and say a few words. Welcome.
Anyone wants to come up and stand while we read this proclamation, you're welcome. We'd love to have you. Welcome. All right. Proclaiming June 2022 as Pride Month in Kirkland. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual people are our family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers who are part of and contribute meaningfully to our community. And whereas gay pride events are held in June to commemorate the June 28, 1969 Stonewall riots that were sparked in response to ongoing police harassment of New York's gay community, and were also the catalyst for establishing safe places for gays and lesbians to be open about their sexual orientation without fear of being arrested or jailed. And whereas the fight for dignity, equality, and inclusion for all LGBTQIA plus people has been hard fought in the streets and courts of this country. And whereas in 2001, the city of Kirkland added sexual orientation to its affirmative action policy, and in 2006, the state of Washington added protection from discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity to the Washington law. And whereas in 2017, the city of Kirkland added a new chapter, 3.81, to the Kirkland Municipal Code related to sustaining a safe, welcoming, and inclusive community for all residents, regardless of race, religion, color, national origin, sex, age, income, or economic status, political affiliation, military status, sexual orientation, or physical, mental, or sensory ability. And whereas to protect the health of the community during the COVID-19 pandemic, Pride events across the country, like most large gatherings, have been canceled or being held virtually, resulting in the need to ensure that Pride Month and the ongoing fight for dignity and equality is not forgotten during these challenging times. Whereas links to stories about and resources for LGBTQIA plus community members are available on Kirkland's website, as it is imperative that our young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel safe, valued, empowered, and supported by their peers and community leaders. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, in honor of the anniversary of the Stonewall riots, does hereby proclaim June 2022 as Pride Month in Kirkland, Washington, to acknowledge lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual members of our community, and as an affirmation of the city's commitment to protect and serve everyone who resides, works, or visits Kirkland without discrimination, as well as its belief in the dignity, equality, and civil rights of all people. Signed the 7th day of June, 2020, Penny Sweet, Mayor.
Hi, my name is Steve St. Louis, and my family and I own a new business down on Central. It's called Alicia Boutique. And we would like to say we're honored and thankful to the mayor, the council, for welcoming us here to accept this proclamation for Eastside Pride. Our little store is all about inclusion. Anybody that's come up to our door sees that everyone is welcome. We carry only animal-friendly products, sustainable products. It's about artistic expression too. Got to get good notes here. At this time, I'd like to recognize my friends at Eastside Pride, a new nonprofit organization that intends to connect and amplify the support and advocacy for the LGBTQIA+ on the East Side. While Seattle is great, Eastside Pride wants to celebrate you in your cities on the East Side. We know that our LGBTQIA+, pardon me, community members hear hateful words spoken in the media. Eastside Pride wants to make sure that the voices of support, love, and belonging ring far louder than the shrill cacophony of ignorance. And this proclamation serves that end in good measure. In conclusion, I'd like to offer a quote from one of the Pride community's pioneers, former San Francisco Councilman Harvey Milk. Worry about becoming a human being and not about how you can prevent others from enjoying their lives because of your own inability to adjust to life. In Kirkland, our home, our community, all humans should feel free to express their unique self without having to adjust their beings to malign judgment. To live in a place where they can enjoy going about their lives in a fulsome way. We believe Kirkland is that place. Accordingly, we thank all of you once and again for this proclamation that moves us a step closer to our soul's aspiration to be recognized as unique and wonderful human beings that our family and friends love and treasure for who and what we are and who they know us to be. Thank you very much.
You get in the middle. Thank you all. With that, we're going to move into special presentations, and we will go ahead and introduce our representatives. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We're very fortunate tonight to have our representatives from the 1st Legislative District, and I'm reading them in alphabetical order, Representative Davina Dewar and Representative Shelley Kloba. We have their bios and background on some of the amazing things they've done for our city in the council packet and the memo, but they're here to provide us with an update of what they did in 2022 during the session. So welcome, representatives.
I made Shelley come up with me so she can time me because I can talk for a long time. Thank you for having us. This is my first opportunity, actually, to be at Kirkland City Council. I'm Representative Davina Dewar from the 1st, and I was going to speak briefly about what some of your legislative priorities were that I worked on or peripherally had some part in helping. So in reviewing your legislative agenda, you had revenues and grants for planning, sustainability efforts, and mandates being funded in vital services grants for comp plans, update planning, and whatnot. So when it comes to affordable housing, which is one of the things that's in your legislative priorities, a number of bills passed this year, local funding and policy tools. 1643, affordable housing REIT tax exemption for the sale of transfer of real property to a nonprofit, cooperative association, housing authority, public corporation, county, or municipal corp, if the property will be used for low-income persons. 2061 is on public improvements in housing and clarifies that public improvements include permanently affordable housing for the purposes of community revitalization and financing. SB 5713, limited equity cooperative housing, authorizes a property tax exemption until January of 2033 for qualifying limited equity cooperative housing providing low-income housing. 5755, underdeveloped land redevelopment, authorizes certain cities to establish a sales and use tax deferral program for investment projects dedicated to affordable housing in underdeveloped areas. 1866, supportive housing, permanent supportive housing benefit and community support services, benefit to a person who meets eligibility criteria related to Apple Health and home programs. 1724, Supportive Housing Resources establishes an advisory committee on permanent supportive housing within the Department of Commerce. 5566, Independent Youth Housing expands eligibility for the Independent Youth Housing Program to youth who were formerly dependent at any time and are under the age of 25 and receiving extended foster care services. And then finally, removing barriers to new condo and conversions of existing apartments. 5758, the condo conversion requires Housing Finance Commission to implement a tenant to homeowner, I have a typo, for condominium conversions. So those are the things that we did to try to make affordable housing more attainable and accessible for cities to get at. I serve on the local government committee. I'm vice chair. I also serve on the transportation committee and the environment and energy committee. So within the transportation package, a number of things were passed that would benefit Kirkland. And the thing that I worked on most assiduously was the backfilling of the 405 extension of express toll lanes. We were facing a $450 million budget shortfall, and Representative Vandana Slatter and I worked pretty tirelessly to make sure that that backfill was filled so that not only it would happen, but the project would also be on time in order to make BRT successful. Because we know when we roll things out, it's better if everything's in place for that success to happen. So that was a lot of what I worked on. And there was also a bill 1990 to defer sales tax for part of that package. The bulk of the money was coming from ARPA funds from the federal government. And then we passed a 16-year transportation package, which was unprecedented in the way that we funded preservation and maintenance at $3 billion, active transportation at $1.3 billion, and $3 billion for transit programs, as well as $2.4 billion for fish culverts. And we did this with no gas tax increase and using money from the operating budget. In addition, for Kirkland, there will be a lot more money available for Safe Routes to School grants, Complete Streets programs, bike and ped grants, and school-based programs. In terms of work and local government that impacts Kirkland, my bill 1241 changed the comp plan update cycle from 8 to 10 years with a 5-year check-in to make sure that development regulations were in place to implement the goals of your comprehensive plan. One that you might be familiar with, 1769, the Community Municipal Corporations. I also sponsored that bill, and it terms out the existence of community municipal corporations. And then 1832 allows for city managers to reside outside the city unless the city council requires residency within a city, because we recognize that sometimes city managers can't afford to live in the cities that they work in. And then HB 2001, tiny houses, it allows tiny house communities to be part of an affordable housing incentive program under the Growth Management Act. So that's some of the work that we did in local government. And then just a few bills from the Environment and Energy Committee that may, impacts everyone. I sponsored a bill, 1663, which requires public landfills to cap and control their methane emissions. And that bill, it'll take about 5 years, I think, for total implementation, but one of the experts that testified said that it was the equivalent of pulling 370,000 cars off the roads. Another bill, 1799, sponsored by Rep. Fitzgibbon, the chair of the Environment Committee, reduces methane emissions from organic waste. A lot of different things within this bill, but the aim is to keep food waste out of landfills because we know that methane is 100 times more powerful than carbon dioxide when it comes to the warming potential. And then finally, 1619 by Rep. Fitzgibbon increases appliance efficiency standards. And with that, I'm going to let my seatmate talk.
Thank you, Rep. Dewar. I am so excited to be with all of you today, and to be on this side of the dais is really exciting. It was, in case people don't know, it was my pleasure to serve up there for several years with a number of you fine people, and I'm sorry that Toby's not here. I always enjoyed sitting next to him in the spot that Councilmember Black is in. Anyway, my colleague covered a lot, but I wanted to just make sure that you know that within all of this, we really appreciate the kind of partnership that the City of Kirkland contributes with us. Certainly, we make laws in Olympia, but right here is where the rubber hits the road. And the laws that we make, sometimes we've done a great job, sometimes they need a little adjustment. So I'm going to talk about a few things with regard to public safety issues. These are things that Kirkland has a pretty long track record of supporting. And so I'll put a little bit of context in there too. So let's see, back in the 2021 session, City of Kirkland supported House Bill 1054, which it set a baseline for police tactics and equipment that they could use. And after we passed it, when that rubber hit the road, we realized that there were some adjustments that needed to be made. A variety of groups felt like there was some clarity that needed to be in there. Even though the intent of the law was clear, the implementation was a little open to, I guess, interpretation. So anyway, the follow-on bill for that in this most recent session was 1719, and it specifically clarified that of course my phone bings now, it clarified that the prohibition of the 50 caliber weapon or firearms does not apply to the 40 millimeter less lethal munitions like the beanbag guns. And so that the passage of that really will ensure that our law enforcement officers have the access to all of the range of tools that they need to have, including all of the non-lethal alternatives, so that they can carry out the least amount of force necessary to accomplish their job. So then another one, bill that was related to public safety that Kirkland was supportive of in the 2021 session was House Bill 1310, and that was one that set a standard for the use of force policy for all law enforcement officers in our state. And again, once it was in practice, there were some nuances and subtleties about it and some complexities that once it hit the actual characteristics and customs of police agencies, we realized that there were some things that needed to be changed. So, congratulations. We appreciate the input. We had a bill that clarified use of force so that it was very clear that when police officers respond, they can use reasonable force to do things like allowing or detaining a person who they have a reasonable suspicion of having committed a crime. They can detain them once they've informed them that they're not free to leave. They need to be questioned. There were some concerns I know that we all had in a variety of communities about whether or not you could use a reasonable amount of force for valid court orders or responding to public safety issues that were caused by a mental health or physical health condition that was happening in the community. And so those types of situations, it has been clarified that they can do that. Now, we made sure that we defined the use of force pretty clearly, and we still have, or law enforcement still has the obligation to use the least amount of force necessary and use appropriate de-escalation techniques that they have and they've been trained on. So I think with these two bills, those were some of the public safety priorities that you all had, and I really think it's important when we get the kind of feedback that we got from you all, and I know our police officers and departments throughout the state helped us to shape those policies. So sometimes we don't get it right on the very first time, and it's really valuable and important to have that kind of partnership with you all. So let's see, I think I did not officially state my name for the record, which I should know better than to do, but so I'm Shelley Kloba. I represent you in the 1st Legislative District in the House of Representatives, and yeah, I think if we have a little more time, we could have questions or whatever. We're running late, so all right, well, you know where to find us, and we really appreciate you. Okay, we appreciate you so much. Thank you all for all the work you do.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank you both for your leadership and courage. The problems that we're tackling together, transportation, planning for the future, affordable housing, public safety and police reform. These are hard, complex problems, and the work through the bills that you mentioned and the things you were able to be successful in getting through the legislature continues to help us move forward. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the partnership. Thank you for all your work advocating for us down in Olympia. We truly appreciate it.
From all of us. Our final speaker here will be President, good God, I forgot his name.
Dr. Eric Campbell.
After 12 years, Mayor Sweet, Eric Murray, I'm president of
sorry,
Cascadia College. No worries. It's the last time I come to that
Oh,
one.
sorry. I'm coming to your place on Thursday.
Yes, you are. We're having lunch, so let's try
Yes,
it. We'll
we
try it
are.
again. All right. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, members of the council, City Manager Triplett. Eric Murray, I am the president of Cascadia College, and while I know that Lake Washington Institute of Technology has a very special place in your hearts because it is actually physically located here in the city of Kirkland, Cascadia College is also your community college in that Lake Washington Tech is responsible for the professional, technical, and worker training programs that we have in our community and technical college system. And Cascadia is responsible for the transfer education, and we take very seriously our service to Kirkland. Our boundaries are defined by our school districts that we serve. So we serve the North Shore School District, which includes Juanita High School, and Lake Washington School District and Riverview School District. So I come periodically to give each city council in our service district an update on the status of the college and where we're at, and that's what this is. The last time I was here was in spring of 2019 when we were all meeting in person. So thanks for allowing me just a couple of minutes to talk about Cascadia. So we've used this time to improve programming at the college. We've added some new academic programs that you should be aware of. First is the legislature, and I see they just left, authorized running start for summer sessions. So students in our school districts can take college-level coursework during the summer and can sign up for this summer's coursework. We also have the first ever in the state American Indian and Indigenous Studies degree, and that's an associate's degree designed to transfer into the University of Washington. And the legislature also approved us to offer Bachelor's of Science degrees in computer science. The university system can't keep up with the demand for computer scientists, and so now the community colleges, which have already begun certain bachelor's degrees, can now offer the full-fledged Bachelor's of Science. And Cascadia will be doing that. So if you have folks searching for that degree, we are right down the road. Exciting for us is that we are opening a new site in Redmond, a satellite campus in what is called the Together Center. You may be familiar with that. And we will now bookend Kirkland, having both a location at the southern end of the district and one on the northern end of the district. And we're very excited to offer programming for folks who need pre-college classes, as well as running start for local area schools down there. And Amazon helped support this satellite campus, and so we'll be offering that BS in computer science there as well. So students have options of where to go for locations. We have a new program implemented across the nation called Guided Pathways to help make sure that degree maps and websites are very easily understood by all of our students. They'll be studying meta majors now rather than specific majors as they do their general eds, so that way when they move on to university, they'll have a little bit more breadth of where they can go. And we're also instituting a couple of customer relation management tools, and that's helping us to stay in touch with our students. We have a new chancellor at the University of Washington Bothell. She started last summer, and the relationship between Cascadia and UW Bothell, which share a campus, has never, ever in our 22-year history been better. She came in fully embracing the community college system, wants to make sure we have pathways from Cascadia to UW Bothell. And for the first time ever, those students who do not get admission into the University of Washington Bothell are being referred to Cascadia to start with us, because if you apply as a freshman, you have about a 25% chance of getting into UW Bothell. If you come from Cascadia, you have about a 90% chance as a junior getting in. And so they are embracing that. And together with UW Bothell, we are building a science, technology, engineering, and math building. It's the first ever in the country intentionally designed joint building between community colleges and universities, where our faculty will teach side by side and have offices side by side, and it increases that really fluid experience for our students. We've been authorized at Cascadia for a new student services building, CC5, and UW Bothell is building 1,000 beds in a 1,000 student residence hall village, and so that's exciting as well. We are ready for return. We moved into complete remote like everyone did. We've been in hybrid for a while like everyone is, and we will continue with that with about a 60-40 ratio between in-person and hybrid opportunities to meet the needs of our community. We have the same staff and same faculty. Unlike a lot of other institutions, especially community colleges, Cascadia laid off no employees during the pandemic. We were sitting on good enough reserves to help float us over the time period. And so we are fully staffed with all of our faculty. All of our facilities are open, and we like to say and continue to be the most successful transfer institution in the state of Washington, and really something I think we can be proud of here in Kirkland. We're doing well, and we are open for business, and wanted to remind you all of that. So if you're running late, so if you have questions, great, and if not, I will see you next time, or on Friday. Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. It's really good to see you. With that, we're going to take it back to the communications item on our agenda and items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none this evening. As noted before our study session, this is the fourth hybrid council meeting since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the community are invited to attend our meetings either in person or virtually through Zoom or the telephone communications. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are present in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link, or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they are signed up, and the city clerk, Kathy Anderson, will be reading those names to us. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, but we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker, or that you outwardly express disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints, regardless of the content, because they can be disrupted. Signs and placards are also not allowed and have not been allowed for years in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the city clerk. Oh, and I need to announce that as of 8:08, Councilmember Nixon joined us. Thank you.
Mayor, the first speaker this evening is Candida V. and her interpreter, Guillermo Rivera. Then will be Craig Peck and Megan Fan, and the first 5 speakers are all virtual.
Thank you. So we would bring Candida Fee up on the screen. Okay. Candida, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, sorry.
Ya puedo empezar, Candida.
Yeah, okay.
And Guillermo, are you the interpreter for Candida?
Yeah, I will let her go first, and then I will read the whole thing, what she was reading.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay, I am ready. Hola. Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Cándida y vivo aquí en la ciudad de Kirkland. Quiero agradecer a los concejales por incluir la discusión acerca de las protecciones para inquilinos que rentan. Mi familia y yo nos mudamos del estado de California hacia Kirkland hace 10 años. La ciudad nos gusta mucho y por esta razón decidimos quedarnos. Pero nos ha resultado muy complicado poder comprar una casa hasta el día de hoy. Y al parecer todo apunta a que tendremos que seguir rentando por muchos años más. Quiero que sepan que no soy la única. Demasiadas familias en la comunidad enfrentan el mismo problema. Sé que ciudades como Kenmore y Auburn han mostrado su interés para ayudar a comunidades al implementar algunas de estas medidas mencionadas en el documento de ARCH. No estoy segura si ustedes saben qué está pasando en nuestras comunidades, pero familias como la nuestra han tenido que moverse fuera de la ciudad por recibir un aviso de aumento de renta inesperado. Otras han tenido que optar por vivir amontonados en apartamentos de 1 o 2 recámaras. Nosotros no queremos vivir amontonados ni mudarnos fuera de la ciudad donde vivimos y trabajamos. Por lo tanto, les pido que consideren y aprueben las recomendaciones del ARCH. Sé que necesitan más protección junto con más acciones para hacer que el alquiler sea más asequible. Nos encanta el trabajo que han hecho en el desarrollo de Kirkland, pero también queremos seguir siendo parte de este. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, Candida. Now I'm going to translate it and read it in English. And of course, my dog is barking, and I asked my wife and my daughter to take care of that. So I tell them I need 3 minutes. I will start. My name is Candida, and I live here in the city of Kirkland. I want to thank the council members for including the discussion about renting protections. My family and I moved from the state of California to Kirkland 10 years ago. We like the city very much, and for that reason, we decided to stay here. But it has been very difficult for us to buy a house to this day, and apparently everything indicates that we will have to continue renting for many more years. I want you to know that I'm not the only one. Too many families in the community face the same problem. I know that cities like Kenmore and Auburn have shown interest in helping their communities by implementing some of these measures mentioned in the ARCH document. I don't know how much you know about what is going on in the Kirkland area, but families like us have to move out of the city. Others have to choose to move with other families in 1 or 2 bedroom apartments after they receive a short notice for rent increase. We don't want to move with other families or move out of the city. We love Kirkland and we want to continue living here and working here. So I am asking you to consider and approve the ARCH recommendation. I know more protections are needed along with other actions to make rent more affordable. We love to work. We love the work that you have done to the development of Kirkland, and we also want to remain part of this. Thank you so much, and that ends the interpretation of Candida's letter.
Thank you both. Thank you. The next speaker will be
Craig Peck.
Craig Peck.
And then Megan Fan and Jonathan Patella. Oh, he's not. He's not.
Okay, while we try to recover Craig,
Okay.
let's bring on
Okay. He's
Megan
there?
Fan.
He's not there? Okay, Megan Fan. Megan Fan is next.
Thank you.
Then Jonathan Patella. We're going to Jonathan Patella. Megan is not showing in the audience.
Okay.
After Jonathan is Ann Gooden and Caleb Koch.
Welcome, Jonathan.
Hi. I'm ready to start.
We're
Okay.
ready for you to start.
Okay. Hello, City Council members. Thank you for letting me speak to you this evening. My name is Jonathan Pietla. I live in the Highlands neighborhood here in Kirkland, where I was brought home from Evergreen Hospital in June of 2010, and where I've lived for 7 of my nearly 12 years of life. I love living in Kirkland and was excited to move back here from California 4 years ago because of the trees, the shade, the parks, and the trails. It's me that you're making these 2044 plans for, and other kids like me, and our children and our grandchildren. And I don't like what you're doing, and I ask you to stop the pursuit of these 250-foot Google towers that will barely be a mile away from my house. Why should you not build them? They are completely unlike anything else in this town, and they just don't fit in with the rest of the city, or even with the rest of what you plan to allow throughout the rest of the station area. Let Bellevue have all of the skyscrapers and all of the traffic that comes with those. Let the trees tower over the buildings and not the other way around. Why else shouldn't you permit these towers to be built? Because your plans aren't fair to the kids who will live in the station area, and they're not fair to the rest of us kids in Kirkland either. The grown-ups probably have all other kinds of all other reasons that they want you to stop, but I'm just here to talk about my own perspective. Your plans aren't fair because when I listen in the background while my mom is watching all of these meetings, all you talk about are pocket parks, linear parks, and some kind of boardwalks through a wetlands area. You're going to add more than 8,000 new households to this station area, and not one single real park. Converting old space like Taylor Fields doesn't count either. It's too far away to count as this station area the way you map it out. The Highlands approximately has 2,600 residents and 5 parks, 2 of which qualify as pocket parks, I guess, so let's call it 3. That's about 1 park per 873. That means you need to add 9 parks to the station area, which I realize isn't going to happen. That's not fair to the kids who will live in this urban area, and it's not fair to the kids who already lived in Kirkland whose parks will become yet more crowded. We all need open space. The people who are already living here and the people who will live here in the future. Not to mention people move to Kirkland in great part because of the parks and access to open space. Take that away and what makes our city so great anymore? So, Kirkland City Council, a wise man plants a tree he won't see grow. I ask you to build a city that will outlive us all in healthy and positive ways and that doesn't kill the wonderful city we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next testifier will be
Our next speaker is Ann Gooden, followed by Caleb Koch and Debbie Lacey. I think we should assume that.
Hello.
And if you can share your
Harry?
last name.
Ann Gooden.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne, and I live in Washington for the past 6 years, arriving at the bequest of Amazon to manage Alexa implementation globally. I previously lived in Florida and Texas for over 15 years. I'm a homeowner living directly across from the street from Clement Place, a low-barrier facility in Seattle. I'm here today to share the facts of what it's like to be a neighbor to a low-barrier facility. It's not a pretty sight, and the impact has been mentally and financially devastating. If you've driven past homeless camps on the highway, then imagine that scenario at your front door every hour, every day for the last 3 years. Naked people pacing the sidewalk, screaming at no one and everyone who passes, drug users shooting up on the sidewalk, trash, junk, dirty needles on the streets, in your garden, in your garbage bins, harassment from residents of Canopy Place to include sexual catcalling to women joggers in the community, begging money and cigarettes and calling us names and threatening us when we do not comply, yelling and screaming vulgarities and using obscene languages at all hours of the day, homeless people visiting others at Clement Place, pitch tent on both sides of the road, cooking with propane tanks, inches from your house, the police and emergency vehicles with blaring sirens several times a day and week. Someone from Clement Place set a car on the spot, a car on fire on the streets early hours one morning. It sounded like a bomb. We were all terrified. Homeowners sold their homes at a loss and just flee. Some of the people that live at Clement Place are really decent, normal people, but some, including their visitors, are chronic drug users, mentally unstable, socially maladjusted individuals. These people are bad, dealing drugs right in front of your home with your kids and family. There are prostitutes lurking at the front of Clement Place and dirty condoms found in their entrance and front yard gardens. I witnessed a Clement Place resident defecating on the sidewalk in front of our homes. Our mailboxes in one house were graffitied. There's a constant violence between the residents and visitors. I am afraid. I've been yelled at and threatened by Clement Place homeless men that told me he would knife me because I didn't have cigarettes to give him. The police came and he was gone for a short time, but now he's back telling me I'm the cause for him being in jail. He lives at Clement Place, harassing me whenever he sees me, complaining to the manager that Clement Place is useless. They don't care about the community's safety. My neighbors and I are afraid. When I heard that the plans were for a low-barrier facility next to schools in Kirkland, I had to come to talk to you, even though I'm afraid. You do not want to subject children to the kind of environment that I see at Clement Place. You do not want kids to see what I and my neighbors have seen. A neighbor moved as her daughter was too afraid to sleep in her own bedroom, even started to wet her bed. You do not want the gangs that sell drugs to some of the residents at Clement Place offering drugs to kids. You do not want kids to be threatened like I have been
Thank you,
threatened.
Ms. Gooden. I'm sorry your time is up.
Afraid. Do I beg you, please do not allow a low
Thank you,
barrier
Ms.
facility
Gooden.
next to the school.
Could we have our
Thank
next
you.
speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Caleb Koch, followed by Debbie Lacey and Will Friend. Oh, Caleb is here on site.
Welcome.
All right. Hi. Hello, City Council and Mayor Sweet. My name is Caleb Koch. I have lived at the Mariner condos across the street from the Marina Park since 2017. I love it there, and the community is amazing. Because we are adjacent from the Marina Park, I wanted to come and address you about some concerns. I'll tell you to start, living near the park has been an incredible experience. All the vibrant events and activities keep all of the community, or all of the condo owners entertained all year long. We also enjoy the peaceful times, which has its own appeal. About a year and a half ago, a busker arrived by the name of Will Friend. He's a talented piano player, and at first I was impressed because we haven't had that kind of music in the park, and unfortunately, it quickly became a nuisance because he would play for hours and hours. His sets would seem to never end. Will is the only performer who sings in the park. He uses a microphone to amplify his voice, which, sadly, I must say, it does become quite whiny. He plays Hotel California in a way that makes you never want to hear it again. Unfortunately for us, that's his favorite song to share. Will Friend will play in the cold, sometimes in the rain, and just about every time the sun comes out. He'll play for 6 hours, 8 hours, sometimes 12 hours at a time. Will plays so much, it makes me wonder if he's suffering out there, but I think it might be intentional to gain sympathy for his efforts. I'm not really sure, but it's just my opinion. The issue is, it's impossible to block out the sound that he creates with his amplified piano and microphone, especially when he's playing so close to the water. The sound carries far for everyone who's operating a business or lives near the park. They can hear him. His supporters are people that are passing through the park. They're not forced to listen to his music for several hours at a time, and that is the most important difference that I want to impress upon the council. Will's music travels beyond the legal limit of 50 feet from the source, and I've asked him to stop. Several of the people in my building have also done the same. Multiple residents who live nearby have no choice but to call the police to ask Will to stop playing, and Will does not stop. He will play late into the night. He will play when there's no one in the park. He will ask for donations and promotes his social sites to get followers. He negotiates deals at the park for private events. He is running a business out of the public park, and he's begging the city council to request that you change the laws to help his business grow. I ask the city council to continue to enforce the laws that buskers must not be able to create music heard beyond 50 feet from the source, and to continue to not allow amplification of musical instruments unless they have a permit for an approved event. Residents and businesses pay a lot of money in taxes to be near the park and deserve to have quiet times and limits to these musical performances from buskers who also enjoy the place we call home. I recommend that we limit buskers' performances to 2 hours max per day. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Caleb.
Our next speaker is Debbie Lacey, and we are also getting Craig Peck on the line in just a moment.
And is Debbie virtual?
Debbie is virtual, followed by Will Friend.
Welcome, Debbie.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, members of council. I am Debbie Lacey, founder of Eastside for All, a nonprofit focused on racial equity and social justice. I've also been a Kirkland resident for 18 years. I'm really grateful tonight for the important and meaningful topics that have been raised here earlier by you and by members of the community. Grateful for this space of open communication about community concerns in the midst of so much that weighs on all of us. So I'm here tonight regarding the renter protections, and as you review the proposed protections that were outlined in the resolution from Arch's board, I strongly encourage you to center and prioritize the renters in Kirkland, community members like Candida, who spoke earlier. There are over 14,000 renter households here in Kirkland. I'm confident that a strong majority, if not all of them, would be in strong support of more advanced notification for rent increases and the proposed caps on late fees, move-in fees, and security deposits. I know Kirkland is committed to advancing equity in the city. Applying an equity lens means prioritizing the needs and solutions of those who are most impacted, who have the least amount of representation, and who experience the greatest barriers to accessing resources. In this case, this means prioritizing renters, the 14,000 households in Kirkland. I know Kirkland is also deeply committed to preventing homelessness and displacement. Along with the programs and rental assistance that Kirkland provides as part of its continuum of care, legislation that helps people stay in their homes should also be part of that continuum. No one strategy is going to solve the lack of affordable housing and the high risk of displacement so many families experience. But together, your decisions supporting a range of solutions, small, large, short, and long-term, can and will make a difference, creating the potential for Kirkland to become more affordable with more equitable opportunities for families of all backgrounds and means to thrive. Lastly, I want to also share that unfortunately, Sheila Stanton wasn't here earlier to receive the Juneteenth Proclamation. She is one of the lead organizers of the local Juneteenth event, along with Ms. Nikayla Rice. This event will take place at Juanita Beach Park on Saturday, the 18th, 12 to 4 p.m. We invite everyone to come celebrate and hope to see you there. Thank you very much. Homelessness and displacements, along with the programs and rental assistance that Kirkland provides.
Not sure what that's doing, Debbie, but thank you very much for your.
Helps people stay in there.
And I think I saw Craig Peck.
Yes, thank you. Craig Peck is next. Craig, you can unmute yourself now. Craig, you can unmute yourself.
Craig, and turn on your camera.
I think we just lost him. Shall we go to Will Friend next and see if we can get Craig back again?
Yes, please.
And then Jerry Knott and.
Here's Craig Peck.
Oh.
Craig, don't touch anything. Please proceed. Can you hear me, Craig? You just muted yourself. Oh. Please unmute.
Can you unmute him? Mayor, do you want to shift to Will Friend?
Is Will in the background somewhere?
Yes, he is in the audience. We can promote him while Craig fixes his technical issues.
Okay.
Craig is here.
Oh, okay. Craig, please proceed.
All right, great. Thank you. And I'm sorry about that. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Craig Peck, and I'm speaking for the 45th District Democrats, and also as a small landlord in support of the community stabilization recommendations by Arch that you'll be considering. To put this into a context, what this is about the destabilization of communities throughout the Seattle area and throughout the state as a result of rapidly increasing rents. The Arch recommendations you're considering won't stop those rent increases, won't stop the destabilization, but it will allow renters the time and possibly the funds to find other more affordable housing in the same or a nearby community, or to find second jobs. It means that local businesses won't hear as often that the employees that they've trained suddenly are quitting because they have to move to Renton or White Center, for example. It means, for example, that moms and dads won't as often have to suddenly pull their kids out of their local school to move them to another school, causing disruptions to the entire classroom, including other kids who rent and other kids who live in a home that their parents own. It means that local communities of faith won't as often find their co-religionists suddenly disappearing as they move to, say, Everett. It means that the friendships and care relationships of neighbors won't as often be suddenly ripped asunder. That's what this is about. The Arch recommendations are about some basic dignity. And here's what's important, and I'm speaking as the owner of 2 rental houses as well. The proposal doesn't change the rental market. It allows renters the time and possibly the funds to adjust to the market. For those on the council and those property owners who say that they are looking to the market for solutions, these are market-based recommendations. It enables renters to adjust to the market. It's about basic dignity, and this dignity must be for all renters. Everyone needs a home with some stability, not simply renters in large apartment buildings or from large landlords, not just low-income renters. Every renter needs this stability and dignity. As a landlord, I can tell you there's nothing in this proposal that would reduce the income of landlords. Rental property in the Seattle area is a gold mine, and that has really nothing to do with anything that property owners have done. It's largely due to the growth driven by the tech industry. The property industry has embarked upon a disinformation campaign to convince you in every city that the sky will fall if you pass modest regulations like this, that rents will go even higher and that less rental housing will be built. They've been saying this about all regulations since the 1970s. Their arguments are without any basis in fact. Our communities need this ordinance. On behalf of the 45th District Democrats, I hope that you'll pass it soon.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Will Friend, followed by Jerry Knott, who is on site. Then Judy McGargy.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, well, good evening, City Council and City staff. I wish I could be there in person, but I have a gig this evening. My name is Will Friend, and I wanted to take a moment to thank the council, as well as Lynn Swagstra and John Lloyd, for taking so much time to look into the issue of busking in parks. I also want to put in my recommendation for option 2 in the council packet on recommended busking regulations. To uphold the Constitution and to protect our rights to artistic expression, free speech, and equity under the law, I believe option 2 is the best permanent option of the 4. This option would also take very little staff effort to implement. Although staff recommended option 3 has some great elements, such as creating a permit, generating revenue for the city, and expressly authorizing busking, it is an unnecessarily complicated solution compared to option 2. It may be removing one restriction, but I'm very concerned that it's replacing it with several others, such as convoluted rules on time and location restraints. It would also take the city a considerable amount of time and man-hours to implement compared to simply removing a sentence from the ordinance. Enforcement of the very specific time and location rules would also prove to be challenging. With the 50-foot sound spread restriction still in place, I strongly believe option 2 is by far the most logical option to keep things peaceful and equitable. Reading the packet, one of the potential drawbacks of option 2 is increased noise pollution from multiple speakers. I would not see this as being an issue, as 1, people have been using amplification in the park for years, regardless of the ordinance, without causing disturbances. The ordinance change won't be advertised, so realistically there'll be no uptick in park goers using amplifiers. 2, in my experience, park goers have been very good at self-governing when it comes to competing amplified sound. For example, if someone was blasting a speaker in front of me while I was playing, I would kindly ask them to turn it down or move, and it never became an issue. Furthermore, as seen in the aerial shot diagrams in the packet, 50 feet is really not that far at all. So the clause in itself is going to take care of that noise pollution issue. As for buskers competing for spots, with the exception of one who's no longer around, we're very good at working out schedules amongst ourselves. It's a give and take, and we respect each other. To conclude, this could all be very easily and quickly resolved through option 2. It's the easiest for the city and the best way to uphold the right to artistic expression and free speech. I do not see the potential drawbacks stated as being an issue. However, several unstated drawbacks of option 3 could arise, such as unnecessary restrictions to artists and enforcement difficulties. As I'm sure many of you have mixed thoughts on what would be the best option, after speaking with Council Member Nixon, I believe his idea to implement option 2 immediately and then take some time to think about the other options, get community input, etc., would be an excellent compromise.
Thank you, Mr. Friend.
Thank you very much for your time. Look forward to your discussion.
Our next speaker is Jerry Knott, and he is here in the chamber, followed by Judy McGargy and Amy Post.
Mr. Knott, please step up.
Hello, Mayor Sweet, council members, and City Manager Triplett. My name is Jerry Knott, and I live in the Mariner condominiums across from City Park. I'm here tonight to discuss the current city ordinance 11.80.090, which prohibits the use of amplified sound in parks and public areas. Mr. Friend, who brought an initiative to the City Council, purports to be the piano man of Kirkland Park, and he claims to have overwhelming positive feedback from the community. These claims are self-serving or not even close to the opinion of the community regarding buskers playing amplified music and allowing them to sell, solicit, and peddle in the Kirkland City Park and public places. The Toby Nixon Memorandum of 621 gives an excellent overview of the KC 11-80-090 busker issue for Kirkland. The current code does not allow anyone to sell, solicit, or peddle in the park without a written permit. The code restricts the use of any loudspeaker or sound amplification devices in the park without prior permission. It restricts sound from portables and equipment operated at a volume so as not to be audible greater than 50 feet from the source and is not operated upon the property of the operator. It is to be considered a public disturbance if used in that manner. Mr. Friend's petition never considers the public nuisance his repetitive music is to people and businesses located near the city park. Many people are now working out of their home offices because of COVID, and the amplified music played by the buskers creates a distracting work environment for those people living near the Kirkland Park. Our objections to Mr. Friend's petition: there will be much more busking in the parks and the streets of Kirkland if the current laws are changed. Many residents, businesses, and visitors dislike it when buskers play amplified music in a public park, and they would prefer this activity to not be allowed anywhere in Kirkland. The 50-foot audible limit is subject to judgment by the Kirkland police and staff in the park. This minimal limit is constantly abused by the amplified buskers, which creates the increase in calls to the Kirkland Police Department. First Amendment protects us against government limits on freedom of expression, but it doesn't prevent a private employer from setting its own rules. We, the supporters of limiting any amplified music in the city of Kirkland, would prefer the code to be amended to state that it is unlawful to sell, busk with amplification, or peddle in any park without first obtaining a written permit from the director. We also would support limits and the number of consecutive days buskers would be allowed in the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott.
Our next speaker is Judy McGargy, and then followed by Amy Post and Scott Gondal. Judy and Amy are both online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Judy McGargy, and I'd like to voice my support for allowing musicians who have instruments that require amplification to play in the Kirkland parks. After reading the council packet, I believe implicating option 2 would be the best course of action. It is simply the simplest option that would uphold the constitutional rights of buskers with the least amount of drawbacks. Option 3 and 4 seem overly complicated and impose too many restrictions on buskers. With option 2, the clause requiring sound to stay within 50 feet is its source will remain. This is more than enough of a restriction to ensure speakers that not causing a public disturbance. I implore you to not even consider maintaining status quo, as this option is highly discriminatory, infringing upon the constitutional rights of artistic free speech and equal protection under the law. I would also like to comment on the discrepancy between those who are for and those who are against music in the park. Quoting from the packet, according to KPD, there having only been 10 calls to 911 involving complaints about busking or the use of amplification music in the last 2 years, end quote. In Will's friend's case, it's primarily 2 men from the Mariner condos who didn't like his song selection or occasional religious song and used the amplification ordinance to get rid of him. I was present when he received a criminal citation for public disturbance in the Marina Park. He could not be heard past 50 feet. However, because of the ordinance, the reporting party needed only to look from their Mariner condo to see Will, the speaker, and report this to the police. This is an abuse of the law and a waste of the law enforcement resources. It must not be tolerated for another moment. These complaints from a few, in contrast to thousands of residents and visitors who have expressed what a joy it is to have music. The case Casey versus City of Newport included in the packet sums up the point about amplification perfectly. Amplified doesn't mean louder. The synthesizer can reproduce music sounds as softly and quietly as desired. Yet the synthesizer falls within the city ban.
Ms. McGarvey, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Post. She's virtual. And then the next three speakers are Scott Grondal, Jesse Dish, and Eric Gustafson, and they are all in the chamber.
Thank you.
Amy has dropped off, so we'll go to Scott Grondal here in the chamber.
Okay. Mr. Grundle.
Hello, my name is Scott Grondal. I was a firefighter with the city of Kirkland until April 18th of this year when I was terminated after being denied a reasonable accommodation to vaccination. I'd like to rebut a few points that Joe Sanford made last meeting as to why the 12 of us could not be accommodated. First, Chief Sanford stated that collective guidance from the State Department of Health, CDC, and the EEOC have been reviewed. We continue to seek clarity from public health authorities with regard to reasonable accommodation for unvaccinated firefighters. I'll just say this, all public health authorities will always recommend vaccination. They did before the mandate and they will after. It does seem funny to me that Kirkland seems to pick and choose which advice to follow depending on what supports the decisions they have already made. The CDC also recommends a booster 2 months after becoming fully vaccinated. Are you aware that most firefighters are not boosted? Next, the King County Medical Director recommends vaccination to provide patient care. The director's assessment was that allowing unvaccinated firefighters to provide patient care may compromise workplace safety and put vulnerable patients at risk. I'd like to point out this chart from the King County Public Health, updated January of this year. It is a COVID-19 exposure guideline for returning to work for vaccinated or unvaccinated healthcare providers. The most important part of this is the green boxes, which outline what constitutes an exposure. And wearing our PPE like we are required makes it virtually impossible to become exposed or expose a patient. Next, Chief touched on the CMS mandate for healthcare providers who receive Medicare and Medicaid funds. Now, this one's confusing to me since I've talked to Joe specifically about it. The CMS mandate only applies to facilities that take Medicaid or Medicare funds. On the CMS website, it even lists all the facilities that are included in this mandate, and an aid car and a fire station are not included. It also notes that merely participating in Medicare and Medicaid programs is not considered to be contracting with the federal government for purposes of the vaccine mandate. Lastly, Joe mentioned there being no clear endemic line and bringing the firefighters back too soon if hypothetically another mandate is created, and then he would have to fire us again. So I'd say first, Dr. Fauci stated that the pandemic phase is over. Second, the EEOC is specific and minces no words when it states, an employer cannot rely on hypothetical hardship when faced with an employee's religious obligation that conflicts with scheduled work, but rather should rely on objective information. Finally, I'd like to provide some information that you're probably unaware of. Aid 127 was out of service today due to no staffing. That's our busiest station. The decision to not staff Aid 127 is on you. And that is something that was, Aid 127 is part of the bond that was voted for by the public. Can you honestly say that these decisions have kept the Kirkland citizens' safety in mind? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grundle.
The next speaker is Jesse Dish.
Mr. Dish?
My name is Jesse Dish, and I've been a firefighter for the past 18 years. I recently got fired because of my sincere held religious beliefs against receiving the COVID vaccine. I'm married to my wonderful wife, and we have 10 children, with our 11th on the way. I was Firefighter of the Year in 2019, and I have never had one negative evaluation in my career, and I absolutely love serving the citizens of Kirkland. I would like to shed some additional light on the uneducated list that Chief Sanford brought before you last meeting. Chief said that the spread of COVID to non-vaccinated workers results in a longer quarantine time and more severe symptoms. What Chief did not say was that all 12 of us unvaccinated firefighters have already had COVID, did not have severe symptoms, and all have natural antibody tests to prove it. Yes, per King County public health guidelines, unvaccinated firefighters do have a longer quarantine time. Thankfully, for events such as these, we can use a large sum of 6 hours we all have saved up. But please realize that this is extremely unlikely to happen due to the highly effective, proven PPE that we are required to wear. Next, Chief stated that we should be able to return to work because firefighters work in highly unpredictable settings, making source control tactics more difficult to implement. Fortunately, with the majority of fire departments allowing unvaccinated firefighters to work online, we can't find a single case of this to be an issue. I believe this is due to the highly effective and proven PPE that we wear on calls. It seems like Chief Sanford forgets about the study that Dr. Ray and UW Health did on our PPE, showing that it is 99.8% effective. This is the same PPE that 12 of us used for a year and a half to keep us, our families, and the public safe during the heat of the pandemic. Chief went on to say that firefighters cannot be assigned to a fire response crew and not perform healthcare duties. Not a single one of us would want to do this job without being able to perform healthcare duties. To citizens, it's why we love doing what we do. And because of the studied, proven PPE we wear on calls, we continue to give the same great care to citizens expect from Kirkland. Chief stated that there has been documented cases of COVID spread from healthcare workers to patients and vice versa. Unfortunately, this was due to not wearing proper PPE. Kirkland firefighters are required to wear the proper PPE on calls, making this 99.8% improbable for us and our citizens. Also, the only time a Kirkland firefighter has had an issue with this was when a vaccinated COVID-positive firefighter not wearing PPE unknowingly exposed a citizen on a call. You may not have heard about that one. Thankfully, the citizen did not get sick. The last point I will touch on is when Chief Sanford said that neighboring jurisdictions said that they will not provide mutual aid to agencies with unvaccinated firefighters. Not only is this illegal, it is actually proven to be untrue. Snoke Regional Fire and Rescue, who allow unvaccinated firefighters to work online, often come into Woodinville and Eastside Fire's jurisdiction and provide aid, along with Snow One going into Bothell, Pierce County Fire going into Kent and Renton, and so on. This just isn't true. I ask that you please take this information seriously and you allow us to come back to work and continue to safely serve the citizens of Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Gustafson, followed by Bob Lowe and Nancy Callahan.
Hello, my name is Eric Gustafson, and I'm one of your 12 separated firefighters. I'm here to correct more of the facts that your fire chief told you at the last meeting. The chief stated that they continue to adhere to the guidance of many county, state, and federal entities, including the EEOC. What the chief failed to mention is that every one of us that have filed discrimination charges with the EEOC have had our cases go to investigation due to evidence of discrimination. Does that reflect inclusivity? The EEOC's Religious Discrimination Manual states that employers are required to grant religious accommodation for an employee's sincerely held religious belief. It goes on to state that an employer that denies a religious accommodation must show undue hardship. So I ask you, what is your undue hardship? Is it safety? Your fire chief told you that COVID is spreading through your vaccinated fire department. Your chief also told you that the city's liability insurance carrier, WCIA, would not cover the liability of unvaccinated firefighters performing in the patient care setting. I can tell you that is 100% false. In about 20 minutes, I obtained a copy of the liability policy that Kirkland and 160 other cities and departments in the state are covered under. I also obtained a list of all the cities, agencies, and fire departments that are covered by WCIA. Section 3 of your policy, exclusions, subsection AQ, and I'll paraphrase because it's long, for any liability, defense cost, or any other amount incurred by or accruing directly or indirectly from a communicable disease or the fear or threat, whether actual or perceived, of a communicable disease. Excluded. The fact is, WCIA does not, has not, and will never cover communicable diseases. Not before COVID, not during COVID, not flu, not Ebola. Your chief did not investigate the policy. He either knew or he should have known. On the list of agencies covered are Marysville and Snohomish Regional, who have both recently brought their firefighters back. Did they lose their coverage? No, they didn't, because they weren't covered for communicable diseases to begin with. In conclusion, I would like to ask each of you where you were in the first days of this pandemic. I know where I was. I know where we were. We were running into Life Care Center. We ran into Life Care Center because your chief and Dr. Ray told us we were safe as long as we wear our PPE. Where were you during 2 weeks to slow the spread? Probably doing Zoom calls from your houses or your offices. We were running call after call after call, seeing patient after patient after patient in their homes, transporting and treating. Did we hesitate? No, we didn't. We protected and cared for these citizens even when we were unsure what it meant for us, even when we were unsure if we were going to get sick or our families were going to get sick. We did it because it was our job. Being a firefighter means something to us. If you'd like a copy of the policy, I have one for each of you. I have one more question.
Thank you, Mr.
If I wasn't
Gustafson.
an undue
I'm sorry,
hardship
Mr.
then,
Gustafson,
why
your
am I an
time is
undue
up.
hardship now?
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson.
Would you like a copy?
You can leave it with the city manager.
Highlighted subsection AQ, as well as the...
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Lowe, followed by Nancy Callahan.
Here or?
Here on site is Bob Lowe. We've had three.
Council, Mayor, my name is Bobby Lau. I am a firefighter in Snohomish County.
Mr. Lau.
I'm speaking not on the COVID mandate. I'm speaking on behalf of safe work environment, and it has nothing to do directly with the mandate.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak about a safe work environment. And when I use the word you, I'm not speaking necessarily to you. Honestly, it's hard to know exactly who I'm talking to because there's been a huge game of liability hot potato going on. Prior to October 18th, it was believed that the vaccination was the only way to keep from contracting and therefore passing on COVID. We now know that the efficacy isn't what we thought due to things such as waning immunity and new strains. Case in point, the governor and lieutenant governor recently contracting COVID. They were both double boosted. The city has consciously made a decision to not use the one mitigating tool that is safe, cheap, and effective. That's daily testing. Many other departments around the state, including mine, have daily testing for both vaccinated and unvaccinated members. Using daily testing also fixes the issues that were brought up by the unvaccinated firefighters, because what they were told is that they were, quote, a direct threat to others in the workplace. And we can objectively state that unvaccinated members who don't have COVID are just as safe to work with as vaccinated members who don't have COVID. This is the best way to protect your citizens and maintain staffing. This prevents mass spreading at work, and unvaccinated members are not creating the direct threat. Your conscious inaction is what's creating the direct threat. This wouldn't be used as a tool for accommodation. This would be used as a tool to create a safer workplace, a safer environment for both your employees and your citizens. These decisions lie in your hands. Implement the mitigation testing and bring back those employees that you lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. That will be the last testimony that we're going to have with regard to the issue.
Our next speaker is Nancy Callahan, followed by Yee and Michael Yee, all in the chamber.
Oh, welcome, Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak. My title is Reflections from a Retired Educator. So as I thought about what to say for public comment this evening, I reflected on my training of 36 years ago as a Montessori teacher. Dr. Maria Montessori gave many, many instructions, many you know of her, and demonstrations of Montessori materials. However, the one that rose to the top for this occasion for me was the statement, "Give the children God and give them country." So this is what I wish to share to all of us, we grown-up children. Almighty God, all that is, I ask for your love and light to stream forth and to open the minds and hearts of all of us here, your daughters and sons, so that we can receive and know and experience the truth that we are all brothers and sisters, children of the one God, that kindness, compassion, love, and respect is our true nature. The truth that divine light dispels darkness, that love dissolves fear, and that the golden rule is the only true law we are to follow. Help us to open with our minds and hearts to treat others, our sisters and our brothers, the way we would like to be treated. Help us to see, understand, and experience your guiding light and guiding direction in all matters. In gratitude and grace, I ask this in the name and the consciousness of the living Christ. Amen. And for country, as Maria Montessori said, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next two speakers are also on site, and they're the same last name, Yee and Michael Yee, followed by Morgan Groban.
We weren't sure of the format, so I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, you do have, if you have a topic you would like to discuss with us, you do have 3 minutes, as long as it's not something that we've already heard.
Well, there is a topic that's coming up. It's about a property on Northeast 112th Street. So we'll wait till that comes up.
We won't be taking comment
Later in the meeting.
in this meeting on that.
We would just like to hear about the proposal of the project.
Fine, okay.
Okay, our next speaker is Morgan Groban, followed by, and who is on site, and then Susan Davis, who is virtual.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Morgan Groban. This is my first time doing anything like this, so I don't know if this is the right place to do this, but I drive down 132nd Avenue Northeast from Redmond Way past like Church Home and Lake Washington Technical College until it makes a left turn and becomes Northeast 120th Street about 3 times a week. There are sporadic sidewalks the whole way, which is fine, but I think that there really needs to be a sidewalk the whole way, especially this one area from Slater, like basically the stretch that is 120th, from Slater till it makes the right turn. There's a set of apartments, Montebello and Cedar Heights apartments, and I see people, like I see kids, like small kids, and I see women like holding babies and pushing strollers, walking on the street in this location, and that does not seem very safe to me. There's space for a sidewalk. I would really like a sidewalk there. Also, do the rent protection thing and keep the vaccination mandates. This is ridiculous. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Davis, and she's virtual, and followed by Lisa Berenson, also virtual. And possibly somebody could close the doors? Thank you.
Hello.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I was just calling. I am commenting on the 85th stationary plan. I was looking in your guys's the packet, and I'm really confused how the city of Kirkland thinks that they are able to basically kind of get out of making things that are public. It just appears that the behind the doors negotiations with Google and Lee Johnson trying to get them what they want on their timeline. Thank goodness you guys didn't make the complete decision November 2021, which was what their letter to you guys wanted. I'm a little confused that you guys are talking in here about how you're going to maybe try to figure out like how much is it worth to be upzoning it. And you were talking about we need a catalyst project and that basically the BRT investment needs something big. Well, to begin with, all of us need to know there's not a park and ride there. The second thing is on page 8, you guys, and 9, you mentioned that, hey, under current market conditions, if Google doesn't get it, it could become multifamily housing, and then we're not going to be able to support the impacts of services and infrastructure to provide the full range of public benefits. Okay, so you guys are saying that. That's great. So you're saying, let's get Google so they could bring their 9,000 employees in on campus. But then you guys are going to say, but wait a second, we need to upzone all the neighborhoods around here to accommodate these 9,000 people. So really, either way, our area is going to get really densely populated in an area that shouldn't be. It's the busiest street in Kirkland. It's by 3 schools. You guys are wanting to make a main street out of 120th that goes up where most people get their access to get to LW High 9 months out of the year, 5 days a week, a lot of times during morning commuting hours. It doesn't make sense. So saying that, hey, this could be multifamily housing, and then it's going to create much more traffic and people and strain on the community, it's going to happen after Google's built. You guys are going to want to upzone all the way down 85th. And then how are our schools going to support that? And it's just really frustrating. And again, I want you guys to be very upfront. Who's doing these negotiations with Google? Are they recorded? Are they behind doors? What is happening here? Thank you very much for all of your guys' service. And also, I support the unvaccinated firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one more speaker, Lisa Berenson, who signed up. I don't see her in the audience, but we do have someone on a phone number with their hand raised, so possibly that's Lisa. Can we promote?
Certainly.
Madam Mayor, just note that we've had 3 speakers in favor of the ARCH recommendations.
Yes.
If that's what Lisa's.
Oh, it is?
If that is what Lisa's wants to talk about.
Okay. If Ms. Berenson can't be brought up, she probably was speaking in response to the ARCH program. We did receive an email from her earlier today, so I'm just going to suggest that we.
Are we able to promote her? Okay.
Okay, but we cannot take that testimony if she's speaking on a subject that we've already heard 3 speakers on.
Phone caller, are you Lisa? We're not getting a response.
Let's ask her to, but we can't send her a message,
There
can
we
we?
go. Phone caller, are
About
you?
Starnheim at the beginning of the meeting.
Phone caller, what is your name?
My name is Jean-Jacques Debray.
Would you like to address the council? Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council, to give me the opportunity to speak. I apologize, it's a rather mundane issue compared to everything that I've heard tonight. I'm the manager, the acting manager of a little Thai restaurant near Marina Park. And some other businesses have decided to plant A-frame signs just in front of the restaurant. And, I tried to talk to business owners. One of the business owners has actually 5 A-frame. Most of the time they are unattended, and when there are windstorms, those A-frames just fly in the wind. And I tried to tell them, well, you're not paying rent on this particular location. And most business owners, the vast majority of business owners downtown are, reasonable, and they put their business A-frame sign just in front of their business. So I started the process, filed the claim. I thought the process would work. It has been now 3 months. I repeatedly asked, to implement the code in that case. I understand that downtown is recovering from the pandemic, and every business needs to kind of slowly ease back to how it was before. We all know the Wild Roller closed, and businesses are still vulnerable. But it doesn't give, the right or the privilege for some business owner to deploy 5 A-frame signs. I could do that too. I could go in front of a competitor. I could go, at another intersection and say, hey, there's a little Thai restaurant there. What would happen if everyone starts deploying 5 A-frame signs downtown? So I would like to respectfully ask the process work and that the A-frame of those business owners be removed as soon as possible.
Thank you for speaking with us. And please follow up with an email. All right.
That's our last speaker.
Is there anyone else wishing to address the council at this time? Any indication of hands? No one here. Then I'm going to officially declare this items from the audience period closed. I just turned my mic off. Special presentations, but I'm wondering if council needs to take a break.
I think this item might be a little bit of time, so. Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll do the COVID Resolution 5434 and the station area plan.
you. We're live, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back after a short break in our agenda, and we are at special presentations, the COVID-19 and Resolution R5434 updates. City Manager.
Thank you. So very briefly, there's no particular update on COVID-19. On 5434, we're primarily going to have the topic of the body-worn camera ordinance, which is coming up later in your item. I did want to let the council and the public know that prior to the chief speaking on that issue, several members have asked about what does the city of Kirkland's police department do with an active shooter situation, both at a school or at a different institution. So the chief is going to make a few remarks about that prior to that. So I just wanted to highlight that for folks. Also, as I mentioned at the council retreat, I wanted to let council and members of the public know that we are going to be bringing some school resource officer options to the council. Probably, we're thinking either the second meeting in June or the first meeting in July. So just wanted to put that out on the sort of calendar events, because that's also related to 5434. And along with that, we'll be talking about putting up the school resource officer dashboard sometime this summer as well. So that's
Thank
all I have
you.
for those two presentations, Madam Mayor.
So with that, we just move right into the station area plan policy discussion.
Yes. So we are looking for council direction on two issues today during the special presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Allison Zeich, or maybe Tracy Dunlap. I'm not sure who's actually steering this one. We have a couple of guests here. So
Thank
It's
you,
Allison, okay.
and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thanks for having us tonight here to walk you through a brief update on a few station area plan items and get a little bit of policy direction from you. And so the things that we're covering tonight, we're going to move through pretty quickly. We have about 10 slides of substance. We think we can get through it in about 12 to 15 minutes of our presentation here. We're going to give you an update on the incentive zoning program and analysis, an update on some of your feedback on the Main Street concept we talked about last time we saw you, an update on the schedule for the planned action ordinance and the development agreement, and then lastly, an update on the status of the station area name survey. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Tracy to talk you through the incentive zoning program and analysis.
Good evening. What I wanted to do is give you some highlights of the incentive zoning analysis to help tee up some policy questions. And so I'm going to review a few slides and a sample of the information that was in the packet. And then we're hoping to get some feedback from you on a few policy questions. So with that as a backdrop, the purpose of the incentive zoning is to maximize community benefits while making sure that development is economically sound. And what does that mean? Basically, as you put more requirements on, you use up some of the value of the upzone. And so with us tonight, we have our economist, Michael Hodgins, who did a very in-depth analysis. And what we're just highlighting here is some of the results. And so there were three main questions that the analysis answers. One is how much value is created through the changes in the land use policy. And then how much of that value is used to meet increased base development requirements. And that's an important piece because through the deliberations to date, there have been decisions made to include in the base code, so as a requirement, new infrastructure requirements necessary to serve that upzoned area. With your passage of the high performing building code, that is required now in the code. And there are also a variety of sustainability features that are now part of the requirements. And so those base requirements, now that they're set, use up a portion of that value that's created by new development. And then what the incentive zoning does is provide what is necessary to voluntarily get some of the additional height. And so what we're going to focus on now is we finished those first few items, and now we've put forward some options related to the incentive zoning. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the incentive zoning, I think the important thing is those base requirements I described are things that have to be done for the development. The incentive zoning is something that's voluntary. It's voluntary if a developer wants to access that higher height. They need to provide amenities which earn them some of that additional height. And so I think you've seen this listing before in some of the various briefings previously. It's part of what's included in the form-based code of what kinds of amenities we're looking at as part of the incentive. We have affordable housing, and again, we're focusing this incentive zoning conversation on the commercial mixed use district, which is phase 1. So this is just the area that has the significant commercial upzoning. And so affordable housing for commercial development is basically a payment because there's no residential development in that zone. But also we're basically encouraging amenities that are actually on the ground with the other elements. And so it's actually providing enhancements to green block connections, open space, additional sustainability beyond those elements that are included in the base, and then facilities that have been identified as being useful to the school district to help them free up space in some of their facilities, so daycare and certain kinds of operational space. The one thing that's different on this list than what you may have seen before is we also added a flexible amenity option, because in some of these projects, we think that there'll be developers who will come forward who have amenities that would be of value, but that aren't contemplated in this list. And so we would have criteria to consider whether or not those amenities would be part of the system. So with that as a backdrop, if we go to the next slide, the graphic on the right is intended to be sort of a visual illustration of what we're talking about in terms of accessing incentive space. And the lower blue area that goes up to 85 feet is what we're suggesting is the value of the base requirements that developers would have to do. And so that is actually mandatory. And so to access that height, this is for a hypothetical 150-foot building, they would have to meet those requirements. However, to access the height over that is a voluntary decision on the part of the developer. And so the economic analysis is weighing, again, the value that's added by the upzoning against the cost of the amenities. And so what we put together for consideration for this policy discussion is 3 options that tee up the policy decision on how this might be structured. The first one, again, recognizing this as a voluntary program, is probably the simplest, is that it doesn't give any preference to any one of those amenities. Basically, it's up to the applicant or the developer to decide which of those amenities they provide and how much to gain the height that they're looking for in the incentive space. But what we've heard from the council in prior deliberations is that affordable housing, for example, is a high priority of the station plan, a high priority with this additional incentive zoning. And so the second option breaks those amenities into 2 categories. One where you have to earn the space in the incentive zoning tier 1 first before you can use the other amenities. And so the example that we provided is that for the first 20 feet of height over the base, that they would pay an affordable housing fee. And that would basically make that the first priority. And then after tier 1 is satisfied, they could choose the other amenity categories in tier 2 to gain additional incentive capacity. The third option is kind of a hybrid, and there are obviously all sorts of permutations of this. We could also have a single tier process similar to option 1, but we could weight those amenities. And so it would encourage developers to access those amenities, but it wouldn't require them to access any particular amenity. And so to illustrate that, there was a very large table in the packet, which put together how a sample developer of 150-foot height zone project might look at these three options. And so I'm going to just use one of those categories to illustrate that. So staying with the affordable housing theme, we wanted to illustrate what each option might look like. So under the first option, where there's no weighting, the developer can choose any one of those or more amenities to try to earn that space. And in this case, they're not contributing a lot in the example to the affordable housing, and they're contributing more in the other categories. And that would be a choice, as it's a voluntary program and there's no requirement for them to satisfy any amenity first. The second option reflects that they would have to satisfy the affordable housing requirement before they could access the space that's associated with the other amenities. And so that would ensure that if they were using that extra height, you would get funding toward affordable housing to be invested in housing projects in the station area. And then how they earned the rest of the height would be, again, their choice for using the other amenities. The third option basically is to illustrate what a weighted system might look like. And so we're basically giving them more incentive space for affordable housing than we might otherwise. So they're getting it at a lower payment, for example. So you can see in the example that if they were to opt for 50,000 square feet, they'd only be paying $900,000 and change rather than the $1,250,000. But that would be desirable to them to use affordable housing because they can earn the space for less of the value. And so what we wanted to get some feedback on in advance of the June 21st study session, where we'll talk about this in more detail, is whether you had any feedback that would help us narrow down this option. And we look at this as three policy questions. Is there a preference between a single or a two-tiered structure? And if you were to choose a two-tiered structure, are we hearing you right that affordable housing would be what you would desire to be tier one? And in either case, are you interested in looking at weighting? And again, which of those amenities might you want to weight and incentivize further? And so those are the three policy questions. And what we're really hoping for tonight is just to get some feedback or your thoughts on those questions. And that will help us shape what we bring forward on the 21st. So I think I'll pause there and see. I think what we were hoping to do is get some feedback after each topic, because they're all sort of different topics within this station area plan discussion.
Okay. Comments? Questions? Okay. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Tracy. Councilmember Black's taken off his jacket. I've taken off my shoes. It's gonna be a long one. So I think this analysis is very helpful for me. It lays out the trade-offs and incentives that we need to make to capitalize on this redevelopment. I personally, if we're gonna do, I personally prefer option 3. If we're gonna do, if the difference between a single and a two-tier, I would go for a two-tier. And I agree that affordable housing is our #1 priority. I think we've all been really clear about that. But personally, I think option 3 is set. Whew, it's late. I can't get my words together. Sets us up for success in that it prioritizes what we've said important, which is affordable housing is first, schools and park space is second. So I think that that's the direction we should go. it also helps us provide the public benefits that we've, that we've promised to the community. Feedback on this when you take this to the public and to our next meeting, in particular the green factor score, I think it would be helpful if we give some examples of what that would look like. So what would you get in a 0.4, and how would a 0.75 look different? Because it's kind of esoteric. So if we could do some descriptions, I also think that some descriptions, some visual aids. Frankly, the table hard for me to consume. So maybe some visual aids on what tiered, two-tiered, and weighted would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Councilmember Black.
Just quickly to concur that I think ultimately option 3 is the best. It gives developers who are developing property some flexibility, but it also places a value on those amenities that we place, well, really our community places the most importance on, and we as their elected officials. So I like the idea of affordable housing sort of taking the lead. And then I like the idea of really both mobility, because it's those enhanced mid-block green connections, those public spaces, those third spaces, along with the along with parks and open space as sort of a next tier. I think those are the most important ones, and that's where that's my current thinking.
Excellent. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Tracy and team, for all the great thinking on this. Apologies for all the questions via email. I got to this section of the packet after reading the 800-page pros plan, so you got the disadvantage of some fatigue there. I support my colleagues in looking at option 3. I want to have the maximum flexibility for developers, but also signal our priority of affordable housing. I think if we had option 2 with two-tiered, it feels more like a requirement, and we really do want that kind of flexibility of saying, here's a menu and go do the most. We'll give you most credit for some things, but looking at that kind of flexibility, especially given everything we have already done in increasing the base. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I agree. Option 3 is, I'd like to continue focusing on that and, making sure we hear from the Planning Commission and the public on what they think. Thank you.
Anything from you, Councilmember? I concur. Anything from you, Councilmember Falcone? Was that a thumbs up? Thank you very much. Tracy, have you got what you need?
Yes, we do. So I'll turn it back to Allison for the next topic. Thank you very much.
Super.
Thank you. So next, we're going to give you a quick update on the Main Street concept in the station area plan, or the draft station area plan. So that's along 120th Avenue Northeast in the study area. We discussed this at the last study session with you, which was joint with the Planning Commission, and heard several comments and questions about how the urban design concept for a main street to really be a public realm spine in the station area. That's an image you see on the screen now, whether that concept in the station area plan aligns with the street cross sections and the transportation improvement projects that are fleshed out in the implementing tools like the form-based code. So wanted to take a moment just to discuss that with you, clarify what is in the draft form-based code, and have a suggestion about how to move forward from here. So already mentioned the Main Street concept in the form-based code really looks to create a strong public realm that stretches along 120th from the high school all the way up to Forbes Lake, and hopefully a future gateway to a trail system through Forbes Lake Park with active frontages along the way. And when we get to the draft form-based code, we did want to take a moment to clarify what the cross sections, what we'd expect those segments of 120th to look like based on what we have in the draft form-based code and the project improvements. I want to mention that I'm running through this really quickly, but we do have Joel Funt and Victoria Kovacs, our transportation team here to answer questions as they come up. So for the segment that is north of 85th Street from 85th Street to 90th, with future redevelopment, the The cross-section at the top is what we would expect to see built out. That would require some additional right-of-way dedication based on the existing right-of-way out there today. It includes a center turn lane for the majority of the length, and then has a fairly wide shared use path on the west side and also widens the sidewalk on the east side. For the south segment, from 85th Street South to 80th Street, what we'd expect to see based on what we have in the draft form-based code and the transportation improvements. This is a cross-section, a typical cross-section taken down near the southern end by the cemetery. It does contain a center turn lane for the majority of the length. It maintains the existing curb to curb width, but there is some restriping to accommodate that center turn lane. It is extending an existing southbound bike lane on the west side of the street for the full length of that segment. So it doesn't extend that full length today. And then also adds a sidewalk on the east side of the street. So that's what we'd expect to see with the draft form-based code street sections we have in the draft currently. And how we got there, just some design considerations. We did look at existing right-of-way widths out there. So changing these designs might require us to require additional right-of-way dedication based on what we would anticipate under the existing drafts. We also considered that there is the Madison mixed-use project at the existing Petco Plaza is in permit, so it won't be held to the new form-based code regulations. And so we might not necessarily be able to realize a bolder vision along that frontage since we can't capture it in the form-based code. And then also for the southern portion, we have a pretty unique and kind of varied frontage on that southern portion, including the cemetery frontage and also existing frontage along the King County Housing Authority property, Salt House Church. And then we have some existing low density residential properties and condo properties that we don't think are likely to redevelop in the near term at least. And then in terms of looking at the bike network that we might want to see on 120th in the future, we do have parallel bike connections proposed both along I-405, so one block to the west, and also on 122nd Avenue Northeast, one block to the east. And so we did hear the questions and concern that the improvements we're proposing might not be adequate to really fully realize the vision of that Main Street concept. And we do want to take a closer look at it. We are recommending at this time that we do a focused corridor study so that we can take into account all those unique frontages and the specific parcels that we might need to consider when we're looking at the possibility of requiring additional right-of-way if we're kind of beefing up those ped and bike improvements along 120th. And so we think that following phase one adoption, we could start a focused corridor study to bring those into account and identify any needed refinements to the concepts for 120th at that time. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions or feedback from council. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Allison. Just one question. I do appreciate that we're taking a little bit more time to make sure we get this important corridor correct. But a question for you first before I kind of just offer a few comments. Could you talk about the corridor study recommendation? Because one of the concerns would be that my understanding is we're also working on a Google development agreement. Would the corridor study come too late to affect anything that might happen with the Google site?
Thank you for the question, council member. And so the frontage along 120th at the Lee Johnson site is something that we anticipate negotiating in the development agreement. The thought being that what we would put in that development agreement would be something that would certainly meet and possibly exceed what we might require for the full corridor with the future corridor study. And I'd invite any of the other subject matter experts on the call to weigh in.
But to your timing question, yes, it would come after the development agreement is adopted. So,
okay.
But you'd see the frontage and the street stuff in the development agreement before you adopted it.
Yeah, because, so, I mean, this is kind of my thought process here is that mean, the reason I brought this up was I was thinking about is the infrastructure and amenities related to this 120th corridor consistent with the goals that we're trying to achieve from mode share, but also consistent with the magnitude of development that we're anticipating along that segment. Because we're talking about a lot of trips, walking, biking, transit, auto, and 120th is that critical corridor. It fronts the most intensive uses. It's located again where the buildings have the greatest heights. It's going to be serving a lot of demand. Also provides that important access to Lake Washington High School, which could get increased density in the future. And so I just want, it feels, I have a hard time reconciling why we're requiring 70 feet of right of way on the north side, but only 60 feet on the south side, when that south side segment is critical to that whole area. And for example, and for me, it's really about right of way, because we can figure out kind of all the amenities that go in there, but the right of way gives you the flexibility to talk about those different things. And if you don't have the right of way, it becomes difficult to look at different things. We really get confined pretty quickly. And looking at this slide that's before us, 6-foot sidewalks. I mean, there's wider sidewalks in the city on much, much less density. 6 feet, you can't even pass if someone's in a wheelchair, you're not going to be able to pass them. So it's just really hard to kind of feel like we're being very visionary on the land use, but very too pragmatic on the standards. And so that's the difference for me. 6 feet is not very, very wide for such a huge amount of development that's going to occur along there. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm fine doing a corridor study, but I just don't know that it's really necessary. If there's not the support to increase the right of way, then dedication, then I'd be in support of the corridor study. But I kind of want to get this done and move on to other things. I don't want to come back with another corridor study and public process, after all of this. I'd rather try to just make a decision now. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can maybe just, I hope this will be helpful, that as Allison was saying, that there's considerable information you don't have yet about the development agreement and how Google's going to treat that whole segment, right? It's much more beyond just what happens in the street. It's the plazas and everything else that they're doing that we're going to come talk to you. So you'll see all that and have a chance to weigh in on that adoption. The reason we want to do the corridor study is because we agree that we should look at it for the rest of the properties. But we also feel that we're concerned we haven't talked to anyone else along those properties, right? And there's some pretty key stakeholders there that we think we need to have a chance to reach out to and say, what would you think, for example, if we looked at acquiring right-of-way in the cemetery or in the Salt House Church? We just haven't had a chance to do any of that. So the corridor study is not intended to be really long, but we think we can get information back to you, get a wider strip prior to anyone considering redeveloping, except Google, which you're going to see that as a standalone, which is going to have, we think is going to meet or exceed this. So that's the reason.
So why I'm hearing you say is that we're not really concerned about being confined on the Google,
right?
That it's probably going to be above and beyond our expectations. It's really about the rest and making sure that fits in.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
You okay with that? Okay. Allison, you want to pick it up?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next thing that we wanted to discuss with you is a quick update on the schedule for the planned action ordinance. And so the planned action ordinance, we've talked about this several times. We've included a draft of it in a few past packets at the end of last year, and again at your latest study session back on May 12th. And so the purpose of that planned action is really to provide certainty to development about what types of infrastructure projects they'll need to build with redevelopment as that occurs. And then also the planned action ordinance will help streamline future environmental review for those projects. And we're working on a couple things currently that we think will allow us to provide better certainty and streamline environmental review further if we wait until those things are done to adopt the planned action ordinance. And so we wanted to go over those with you. And that is really that we're working with our finance and public works departments right now to incorporate the recommended infrastructure improvement projects from the station area plan. Most of those were developed during the fiscal impacts and community benefits analysis last year. So we're working that list into our capital improvement program currently. The capital improvement program and the capital facilities plan will be updated towards the end of this year. And staff is recommending that we hold the adoption of the planned action ordinance until the CIP and impact fee updates are complete. And so that won't the planned action ordinance doesn't include any actual environmental analysis. That was all published in the final environmental impact statement that was published right at the end of last year. We also anticipate issuing an addendum with some additional analysis that's already been published, but we do plan to issue a SEPA addendum that includes that analysis. And then delaying the PAO also doesn't prevent redevelopment from happening or future people for applying to redevelop under any adopted station area zoning. It just means that they might have to complete environmental review on their own that would be covered by the planned action ordinance at a future date after it's adopted. So at this time, any questions on that, Madam Mayor, council members?
Council? I see none.
All right. The next one, I'm going to hand over to Tracy to give you an update on the development agreement.
So I thought I might just start out by talking a little bit about why the development agreement is valuable to the city and valuable to the developer. And that we're actually considering that this may be a requirement of any development of very large scale in the form-based code, because developments of this size are so complex. And the purpose of the development agreement is to give the applicant, so to give Google some certainty that it needs to make a decision, but it also ensures that when the project is developed, we're going to get public benefits that would meet or exceed what we would require in the code. And those public benefits might be something that are unique to the site. And so the language on the right is actually part of the draft form-based code that really talks about catalyst projects, again, large projects that are going to have a real impact and be very unique in what they're doing. And so our intent in looking at this is that this might be the first of several over time for projects that are very large and are actually going to really help make progress toward the vision of the station area. In terms of process, a development agreement requires a public hearing that would be held in front of the city council, and that the agreement is approved as a contract by ordinance or resolution. And what our current thinking is that we would bring the development agreement forward in July. So if you adopt the form-based code and the station area plan at the end of the month, that then we would bring the development agreement forward for your consideration in July. And so that's the current timing. And if you have any questions, I can try to answer them at this point. But we're not looking for anything other than just to kind of give you an update of the timing. We're not looking so much for policy guidance on this other than to give you the update.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Tracy. Just for the record, can you give some examples of where Kirkland has used development agreements in the past for catalyst projects?
So the major development agreement that we've done that was a scale to this was in Totem Lake, was for the redevelopment of Totem Lake. And what it defined is the infrastructure improvements and a number of other elements of what was going to go into the Totem Lake redevelopment. And that development agreement has actually run its course with the completion of the mall redevelopment up there. so that is the kind of scale, a very much a large scale development that's unique to this specific location.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions, comments?
I have a quick question.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe it's a quick question for the city manager. How much does does RCW concerning development agreements, does it require a certain amount of notice prior to public hearing? And whether it does or not, how much time do we expect to give the public an opportunity to see the development agreement and then be prepared to give testimony on it at the public hearing?
I'll have to phone a friend on the notice requirements, and I think our intent was as soon as we have something to share, we want to share it as quickly as possible, but maybe someone out there can help me on that one.
There's not a notice requirement. It just has to be adopted by a resolution or ordinance following a public hearing, as staff said. So,
but we were definitely not intending one and done. So we're going to have one meeting where the council could review it all, and then adoption following that at the following meeting.
And the public would have an opportunity to give us testimony, written testimony as well during that entire period as well. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Back to you, Tracy.
Back to Allison, actually,
Okay.
for just a little bit more.
All right, thank you. So just 2 more slides for you. This first one, just wanted to update the council on the responses we've received to the station area name survey. So this is data that our communications team gathered for us between May 18th and June 6th that notes the names and the number of votes they've received, with Rose Hill Station leading the way. The survey is still open. It's available on the Station Area Project webpage. It's also been pushed out via This Week in Kirkland, social media channels, the Station Area listserv, and it's out there. It's open. So we invite people to keep taking the survey. We anticipate bringing you an update on the results sometime later this month.
Thank you.
And then last, just wanted to go over next steps for the station area. And so this Thursday, June 9th, is Planning Commission is holding a public hearing on the Phase 1 adoption documents. We do have June 14th held as a tentative continuation for Planning Commission if they're not able to finish their deliberation on Thursday night. And so that would be next Tuesday, a week from today. On June 21st, we plan to come to a study session of the City Council to continue the incentive zoning policy discussion, and then also to transmit to you Planning Commission's recommendation on the Phase 1 documents. And then June 28th is a City Council meeting that we have scheduled for your consideration of adopting Phase 1. And that concludes. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Let's move right along. That takes us to the consent agenda. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,495,745.52 and bills in the amount of $23,506,007.21. I would note that the $23 million for bills includes the purchase of the Houghton Village property, right-of-way easement purchases for 124th Street improvements, and invoices paid in the 3 weeks since the last council meeting.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I think I'm going to give it to Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, just because that's the way I heard the name, or the, anyway. It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept the consent calendar. Any discussion? Is there an ordinance on it? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yeah.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to our business agenda. The first item on our business agenda is the proposed 84th Avenue Northeast speed limit change. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are looking for council direction and action on this. And to give the short presentation is our Transportation Manager, Joel Funt.
Welcome, Joel.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm just going to pull up my presentation real quickly. Let's see, and okay, so I'm here to speak about the 84th Avenue Northeast speed limit change proposal. And this was prompted by our conversation with City Council about the the school zone safety cameras and council's interest in, as part of that project, looking at the current posted speed limit on 84th Avenue Northeast, which is 35 miles per hour. So we currently have a speed limit policy. It's policy R17, and that includes a series of kind of policy statements. This was last updated in 2009, so it's been a while since it's had a good look at it. And then, so it has the policy statements listed there, and then the other half includes, of this slide, shows a graphic of how we kind of go about using primarily the 85th percentile speed, which is the percentage of, 85% of vehicles are going. And so you can see that the 85th percentile speed is on the on one side, and that includes the little hatched areas where there's the red and yellow combined and the blue and yellow combined. And those are areas where there's some discretion about whether we set those speed limits as, in the case of the red and yellow, 35 or 30, or the blue and yellow, 25 or 30, where there's, they're kind of on the cusp. So we use that primarily, and then we also take into account some other speed characteristics of what's going on in the corridor. And then we also, as noted here, take into account special conditions related to land use, crash history, and those types of things in the corridor. So here's the corridor we're talking about, 84th Avenue Northeast. It's a north-south corridor, and it's up on Finn Hill. It travels in Kirkland between 124th Street and 145th Street. And then it continues on north into Kenmore, all the way to Simons Road, where it intersects with Simons Road. Currently, the posted speed limit, as I mentioned, is 35 miles per hour. It's about 1.5 miles long corridor. It's relatively straight, relatively flat. It does have some sections where the grades are up to 5%. It has intermittent sidewalks, and then there are sections where the shoulders are separated by a curb to make for a more comfortable walking and potentially biking space for some folks. And that this corridor, of course, from a kind of a land use characteristics, it has 3 schools, primarily low density residential, and there are a number of parks along the corridor, and average annual daily traffic of, between 2,900 and 3,500 vehicles. So this is a little graphic of the data that we had collected in the past. We were fortunate in this case that we were able to respond to council's interest and request on this fairly quickly, because we did have data that had been collected in the corridor in the past. Our experience has been that even though these data collection does go back a number of years, that the speeds like this really don't change significantly. There have not been a lot of changes in the corridor over the past decade in, land use and that type of thing. So we feel like these are still a pretty good indication of what's going on in the corridor. And really what we found when it comes to 85th percentile speed is that speeds are a little bit higher in the northern portion of the corridor, like north of Northeast 132nd Street, where they're in that 37, 38 miles per hour, right around 37, even 36. And then in the southern end of the corridor, or say south of 132nd, where we do have a smaller sample size, but the corridor, the 85th percentile speed is slower, around 34 miles per hour. So based on this and taking into, it really is on that upper threshold based on our current policy, but then taking into account the number of schools along the corridor, the implementation of the speed zone safety cameras, it seemed like most appropriate to make a adjustment in the speed that would be consistent with our existing policy and reduce the speed limit to 30 miles per hour. So that's our recommendation. So, and I've noted that here, that if council is supportive of that, recommendation, we would implement that in coordination with community outreach and our police department. And then we have also talked to City of Kenmore, and they are supportive of doing this as well in close coordination with us in like a June, July timeframe, so fairly quickly. In addition, I wanted to mention beyond 84th Avenue Northeast, we want to acknowledge that our policy is pretty out of date. There's been a lot of work and research done in this area fairly recently. A very excellent reevaluation of speed limit setting was published in the last year and a half or so. And so one of the action items in the Vision Zero Action Plan that was adopted as part of the consent agenda is to look at the speed limit policy and do a good hard update on that was something that would be more consistent with our transportation vision. And that's something that we intend to do in the 2023-24 timeframe. And following on that, we would be proactively using that new policy to assess current speed limits and make changes accordingly. So that's our plan and our recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Start with Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Joel. Schools, parks, staff transportation recommendation, City of Kenmore being in agreement, evaluation of our policy going forward, 30 miles per hour.
Was that a motion?
What would I be moving exactly? Do we have a?
To approve lowering the speed limit on 80.
Do we have that as a resolution in our packet?
No, motion.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation of 30 miles per hour along the 84th Avenue corridor.
Second.
Discussion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just want to thank staff for being so responsive to this request to examine the speed limit and just to take action so quickly on this. This is something that, personally impacts very hyper-local, my family, and a lot of families that I know up here in Finn Hill. I know that I have 6 different school drop-off and pickup times throughout the day along this corridor. And I've heard from so many families that are very happy to see that we're really paying attention to how to make this stretch of road safer for all the children that walk and bike to get to school. So thank you so much for that. I, in particular, I know I mentioned it at the last time we talked about this, that I also often walk, sometimes drive, because it can be kind of sketchy, my toddler to preschool at Sandburg Elementary, and it's not during school speed zone times. And so this I particularly appreciate, because, you know, there are stretches where there are not sidewalks along there, where we're walking with cars, you know, easily going 40 miles an hour. And it can be kind of scary, you know, holding my little one's hand along there. And I know that's also true of many other families in our community. So I fully, wholeheartedly support this. I appreciate very much that Kenmore is also interested in partnering with doing this on their side on 84th Avenue as well. So thank you to Kenmore for the support of that. Also, I appreciate that you mentioned an implementation plan. I'm curious to hear more about that implementation plan, just the communication with folks who use that road and with neighbors in the community. Just really want us to be thoughtful about how we can make this change in speed limit a success, how we can really encourage folks to follow the new speed limit, and just continue to monitor that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate this, and I enthusiastically will vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, thanks, Joel, and thanks to, I know Iris was involved in evaluating it too, so thanks to her and the time she put in. I don't have any questions about the speed limit change, but I do have a couple questions kind of related to this. One was in the memo on the last page, you talked about, I was a little surprised to read that we have to replace or install 130 signs along this corridor and around Lakeview Elementary. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more background about that number, because that's not obviously all speed limit signs, right? That must be other signage as well.
So that is related to, more broadly than just the speed limit, is more related to the school zone safety safety camera implementation. And since we are out there and looking at making sure that our designation of the school zones is very clear, and making sure that those signs are in a position so that they work with the enforcement cameras that the vendor will be putting in, requires some adjustment as well. That necessitated additional signs, adjusting signs. And then in addition, since we're out in these corridors and we don't, the city doesn't have a standard way of updating all of our signs with relation to retroreflectivity, and then this is the annexation area, so they have old wood posts that are not the city standard. And so the decision was that since we are in the area and we are doing this work, we're being more comprehensive and making sure that when we leave it, we kind of feel like we're kind of done for a while and it's all up to standards.
Okay. And then what's our plan related to the implementation plan? What's our plan regarding enforcement? When we change speed limits, are we thinking that there'll be some targeted enforcement and education around that? Maybe giving out warnings. Have we thought about that, or is that part of that implementation strategy?
So that's something that we have, we've talked to police about this in general, but we have not gotten down to the specifics of how that will roll out. And then our intention is to use our usual channels and make sure that we're highlighting these signs in some in the fashion like with designating them as new signs. We usually do some sort of either you'll see an orange diamond on top of the sign, or we'll do the flags or something like that to make sure that people are highlighted, and then some additional outreach to the community.
Great. Well, it'd be good. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, we have talked also at the police department about, we would start with warnings and education and not like immediate ticketing.
No, that's good. I wasn't aware and just wanted to understand that. Obviously I support this motion, this change. Just a couple additional thoughts. One, I guess I'm really pleased that we're taking a look at our speed limit setting policy. That was actually policy that I remember helping prepare when I was on the Transportation Commission. But yes, it is out of date. I hadn't really read it in a while until this memo, and it's just no longer consistent with best practices across the nation. So yeah, we need to stay current on that. So glad that we're doing that. I guess in light of what you're talking about with the signs, I would also like to see us evaluate our sign maintenance policies related to when they're replaced, how often they're replaced, because they do lose reflectivity. Signs get updated. It sounds like we don't necessarily have kind of a replacement policy. I know other cities struggle with this too, but I am aware of some cities that have policies around their sign replacement program to address issues like I think that you mentioned, Joel. So that would be something else that would be good to look at some point. That's it.
Thank you. Further discussion? Question is on the motion to approve lowering the speed limit on 84th Avenue Northeast from 35 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour. Moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carries, opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to item B, the Houghton Village property process for future use. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're looking for action tonight from the council, and here to give you the brief presentation is our Deputy City Manager for Operations, Beth Goldberg.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. It's nice to be with you this evening. I have a brief presentation. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that?
We are not in the right setting.
Shows the next slide coming up.
Is that better?
I think it needs to go to, is it the second one?
No, just click on the swap presenter view and slideshow, and then it'll switch. It's in the drop-down menu. You just drop down. There
You see it now?
No. So under display settings at the top.
Yeah,
click on swap.
Yeah, can you see it now? I'm swapping
Right
back
there.
and forth.
Oh, no, we're not seeing the swap. That's weird.
Go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, it's only a few slides. So
we'll be okay.
It's just giving us the preview of the next slide. So.
Okay, I'm not sure what you are seeing.
We're saying slide 1 and slide 2. That's what we're saying.
I think, does someone have it in Chambers? Can we pull it up there?
Yes, yes.
There we go.
You got it there? Okay, I'm gonna stop
mind,
sharing
Kathy.
from here then. Okay.
Okay,
So,
this went away.
So Kathy, can everyone see it now?
Can you tell me which one it is?
Oh, yeah, it's Houghton Village.
Houghton Village. We're pulling it up, Beth.
Okay, thank you. Someone has to have technical difficulties. And I guess tonight it's my turn.
It's been a bit of a theme, actually. There we go.
Okay. So thank you, and apologize for the technical difficulty there. Kathy, if you could please move it to the next slide, please. So as council is aware, on May 27th, the city purchased the Houghton Village Shopping Center for $14 million using a 3-year interfund loan. And the decision to purchase the property was based on the location of the property and the opportunities that the city council saw to potentially redevelop the property in keeping with some city priorities. So what I'm here to talk about tonight is the process for determining how to potentially redevelop the property. And Kathy, if you could move to the next slide, that would be terrific. So the process for determining the future use of Houghton Village will be guided by council priorities. The council, when it adopted Resolution R5512, authorizing us to enter the purchase and sale agreement for the property, spoke of council priorities such as mixed-use development with affordable housing, city services, potentially retail services on the ground level. In addition to that, the council has adopted the Everest Neighborhood Plan, the station area plan we're currently discussing, city council goals, and then the adopted comprehensive plan and related documents all set the city council's vision for development, and those will be guiding principles as we look to determining the future use of Houghton Village. In addition, we will engage the community and seek their input through community conversations using a variety of formats, using the city's TREC framework. And the goal is to have this community engagement process completed by no later than next May, and would return to the city council with the results of that outreach. The idea behind having this done within the next year would give us then 2 more years to identify development partners and a long-term financing plan. As I mentioned at the outset, the city used interfund loan to purchase the property, and by state law, we have to pay that loan back within 3 years. So it will be important for us to have all of our plans in place within that 3-year period. So these are kind of the guiding principles that staff is recommending we rely on to determine the future use of the property. Assuming the city council agrees with these priorities, we do have a proposed resolution for your consideration that would articulate and memorialize the intent for how the city would proceed with determining the future use for Houghton Village. And with that, can open it up for questions and discussions.
Comments? Anyone? Councilmember Curtis?
Madam Mayor, I want to make a motion to approve Resolution 5543.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to approve Resolution R5543. Discussion?
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the city and the community. I just want to say that the Houghton and Everest neighborhood was very invested in the HENC process 1 and 3, as we all know. So as we begin this community conversation, I just want to make sure that we recognize the parameters that are in that HENC zoning, the driveway consolidation, the circulation plan, public spaces, affordable housing, so that the community recognizes we're not starting from scratch. We'll recognize those requests and then move forward from here. But it's exciting that we've purchased this property, and I'm looking forward to the process.
Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to adopt Resolution 5543. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to item C, the draft police body-worn camera ordinance discussion. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Cassie, for your help on that one. So yes, Madam Mayor, so I'm going to introduce this topic, but again, as I mentioned, we have asked the police chief to give a brief update about how the police department responds in an active shooter situation. So Chief Harris is going to do a brief presentation on that, and then we're going to get into the draft body-worn camera ordinance discussion. We're not intending action tonight unless council has a different decision, but we want to walk through it and get council feedback. So.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Very much. Let's see if I can do a little bit better on sharing my screen. Just trying to practice earlier. Are you seeing
Can you see display settings?
Yep.
Drop it down to swap.
How's that?
Ta-da.
It said it swapped.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and City Council for allowing me to speak briefly on the department's preparation, training, and response to active shooters, as well as discuss the draft body-worn camera ordinance. I'm going to provide a very brief overview on active shooter training and response in Kirkland, but would also be happy to schedule a more formal presentation with the department subject matter experts who not only train our officers, but also provide instruction in the community. So the department's active shooter training policy is called Rapid Response and Deployment. It provides specific direction to officers on responding to violence in schools, workplaces, and other locations. And again, I'm only going to provide an overview, but the policy includes planning for a rapid response to a crisis situation, coordinating with other emergency services such as neighboring agencies and medics, as well as locations that may be a target. In my experience, Kirkland provides a significant amount of training to officers in order to handle an active shooter. Officers respond en masse to include specialty units such as detectives, training officers, SROs, you name it. They immediately form contact teams, identify a way into the building, and communicate that to other arriving units. We train to move to the sound of violence and take immediate action. If there are not signs of violence, officers begin clearing the building to allow for medical personnel to enter. Incident command systems are also part of training for dynamic situations. There are a number of lessons learned that department instructors have incorporated into our training. In April 1999, 2 students entered Columbine High School and randomly shooting students and teachers armed with multiple weapons and attempted to create more injury with homemade pipes and propane bombs. The common police tactic at that time was to surround and control the area until SWAT officers arrived to enter the building. In April 2007, a male suspect entered Norris Hall on the Virginia Tech University campus. After barricading the exterior doors, and in less than 5 minutes, he killed 32 people and wounded 17. In July 2012, in Aurora, Colorado, 1 male suspect killed 12 people and wounded 58 others with a rifle, shotgun, and a pistol while releasing gas and chemical munitions. The suspect was arrested at the scene, but had placed significant explosive devices in his residence in an effort to injure investigators. In the Clackamas Town Center Mall in December of 2012, a suspect opened fire on civilians, killing 2 people and wounding another. Despite officers being on scene in 1 minute of the 911 calls, the suspect committed suicide after being challenged by a single armed civilian. And in October 2014, a student at Marysville-Pilchuck High School entered the cafeteria at lunchtime, where he had arranged to meet 5 of his friends. He shot all of them, killing 4, and then killed himself. The school resource officer was in an adjacent building and first on scene, and he was able to provide valuable intel to incoming officers and initiated first aid to the victims. After the active shooter incident at Columbine in 1999, law enforcement around the nation recognized the necessity for active shooter training, and the appropriate equipment became more evident. Every other year, Kirkland officers are provided classroom instruction and realistic scenario-based in active shooter situations that are taught patrol tactics when responding to these types of incidents. We did not train in 2020, but just completed scenarios this past month. The first active shooter training directed officers in Kirkland to respond to the location, group up in teams of 4 or 5, and begin moving through the location in an attempt to stop the suspect from harming more victims and assist with the wounded in a systematic fashion. That was in 2001. Since then, officers are now trained to team up in groups of 2 and probe the location for active shooters or victims. Training includes forcing them to problem solve incidents when they find situations like barricaded doors. The Kirkland Police Department outfitted each patrol car with rifle-rated ballistic vests, helmets, and AR-15 rifles in 2001. Your support for this equipment is huge and included in the sinking fund. Many law enforcement agencies do not have this type of equipment. All of our officers also have been issued gas masks. Breaching equipment is located in each of the sergeant's vehicles, as well as ballistic shields. We have an armored vehicle in the back parking lot that can be deployed to rescue victims and deploy officers. Classroom and realistic role-play training scenarios occur every other year, as I said, and include lessons learned from incidents across the country, like I just spoke about. It includes breaching doors, moving to the sounds of violence, and addressing the threat, securing areas of the building so medical personnel can come in, and many, many more dynamic skills are practiced. We train in schools, but also in spaces like churches and private buildings. We have sent instructors, officers to national training and have incorporated the Kirkland Fire Department personnel into our scenarios. FBI studies of active shooter incidents show that most suspects in active shooters incidents have no plans to escape. And when challenged by law enforcement or another armed person, either commit suicide or they give up. Kirkland officers are taught that there is a stopwatch of death. They must act quickly to save lives. What I've briefly shared with you does not do the amount of training and preparation into an active shooter event justice. Trainers are carefully studying events that occur in neighboring jurisdictions and across the country to ensure tactics are up to date. And again, I would be more than happy to schedule time with the subject matter experts to provide a more in-depth overview of training that's conducted in the department and training that's provided in the community. I'll just stop here for questions, but I'm sure it's hard to see.
Questions, council? Not at this time, but I think it might be important to somehow take this segment and put it on our, on our TV station, just to let people know what, because this is an impressive bit of information, even if it's just a tip of our iceberg. Anyway.
I'll work with the team on that.
Thank you. Okay, so that takes us into your next subject. Sherry, please proceed.
Yes. So transitioning into the body-worn camera update, and again, thank you very much for your support in implementing this program with the goal of improving law enforcement interactions with the public and to ensure safe and effective and professional policing in Kirkland. I share this slide for anyone who has not been following the officer body-worn camera program development. Most recently, the council approved the department policy, which was submitted to the Department of Justice after the May 17th council meeting. In addition, council directed staff to develop a draft ordinance that includes a structure and safeguards for a body-worn camera program. So that will be the nitty-gritty of this presentation. The ordinance in the council packet provides an introduction to ensure the community understands the purpose of the Kirkland body-worn camera program. The state strongly encouraged cities to adopt an ordinance or resolution authorizing their use. And the city of Kirkland has engaged the community through a robust public engagement process. And in evaluating the implementation of body-worn cameras, the city council has considered the importance of protecting the privacy and civil rights and implementing advanced policing technologies to include facial recognition technology. Staff suggests adding a new chapter to the Kirkland Municipal Code 11.94 entitled Public Safety Technology. Section 2 includes definitions of terms such as body-worn cameras, facial recognition, and facial recognition technology. Section 3 delineates violations of this chapter. Section 4 provides the purpose of restricting facial recognition technology to protect the privacy and civil liberties of residents and visitors of the city of Kirkland. Section 5 prohibits any official or employee to utilize facial recognition technology or enter into an agreement that authorizes any third party on behalf of the city to utilize the technology. Section 6 provides an exemption for automated processes for the purpose of redaction. And just remember that redaction software looks for all faces, not just a single face. It's also looking for license plates and computer screens. An example of what is allowed in Section 6B would be city-owned cell phones that allow a staff member to open their smartphone with what typically you see as a message that says Face ID. Section C would allow technology in the future to be utilized like the current key cards. Employees are issued key cards that open doors, but sign an agreement that they will not misuse the card, and they understand the city policy on misuse. An example of an exemption outlined in 6D would be the utilization of social media platforms like Facebook that gather photographs and suggest friends that can be tagged. Section 7 authorizes the use of department-issued body-worn cameras. Must ensure personnel are properly trained in the deployment, and details about what that will include. Section 8 directs the department to adopt a body-worn camera policy consistent with this ordinance and RCW 10.109. It must incorporate and implement evolving best practices in data and privacy security in order to protect recordings and associated data. It requires that officers comply with applicable state and federal laws in the use and operation of cameras and recordings, and ensure appropriate coaching and counseling and discipline when officers fail to follow body-worn camera procedures or otherwise improperly use body-worn camera recordings. It incorporates adequate protections for privacy and civil liberties, including restrictions on recording in medical facilities, in schools, and during First Amendment gatherings, and providing appropriate discretion to limit recording during situations that present sensitive matters such as rape, sexual abuse, and nudity. It requires ensuring any recordings that unreasonably violate a person's privacy or sense of dignity are not publicly released, absent appropriate redaction, unless disclosure is required by law or order of the court. Section 9 directs the security of body-worn camera data to protect the integrity of the recordings and the privacy of the individuals. Protects from unauthorized access, disclosure, or use. The viewing of recordings is restricted for official use only. Section B ensures that the department utilizes a robust digital evidence storage software system that must employ a robust security platform and prevents inadvertent or unintentional deletion or modification. The software system must maintain all original recordings or raw footage, regardless of whether redactions or edits are made to a copy of the recording. And employees must not be able to alter, edit, or delete any recording except as authorized by department policy. Section 9 also requires an electronic log or audit trail must be created anytime a recording is accessed, viewed, transmitted, redacted, shared, or deleted, and the log must include date, time, and reviewer. Even after a recording is deleted due to Washington State records retention requirements, or as otherwise allowed by this policy, the audit trail must be retained. And nothing in this section is intended to restrict or prevent the release of body-worn cameras as public records, consistent with Chapter 4256.56 of the RCW. Section 10 allows the city manager or his or her authorized designee, including but not limited to the city ombudsman, the city attorney's office, the city clerk's office, and civilian investigators or advisory bodies authorized by the city to conduct a review of body-worn camera recordings when there is an articulable reason justifying such review. Articulable reasons for such review include, but are not limited to, a civil claim that's been filed or threatened against the city involving a specific incident, when a complaint has been made against an employee regarding a specific incident, and when an incident involves a serious injury or death as a result of use of force, a vehicular pursuit, or a vehicular collision. And it continues to include as part of any general auditing function directed by the city manager that ensures compliance with this ordinance or department policy, provided such audit is consistent with applicable law and collective bargaining agreements. and in connection with any incident that garners media or community inquiry. And this section is not a substitute for any other civilian oversight mechanisms or processes available under other law and shall not be construed to limit or restrict such other mechanisms or processes. Okay, so we are almost done. Section 11 provides that if there's any part of this application is held or ordinance is held invalid, the remainder of the ordinance would not be affected, and that shall be enforced in effect 5 days from the passage of this ordinance by the City Council and publication pursuant to Section 1.08.017 Kirkland Municipal Code. So, to next actions, comments, questions, input on the draft ordinance. Any other issues that we need to discuss?
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief Harris, for a great presentation and for all the hard work on this, on both the policy and also the ordinance, the draft ordinance. And I realize we're not going to be moving this ordinance tonight, correct? So we're just going to, this is just an opportunity to provide some input. The only area that first of all, I did note that the current draft of the policy, the version that I think was sent to the Justice Department, included some revisions that I'd worked on with the City Attorney's Office and Chief Harris concerning sort of a clear, more concise statement in connection with body-worn cameras use in First Amendment circumstances. I see that's incorporated, and I appreciate that. And then the only concern I have, it really has to do with this Section 10. And I just want to be sure that, again, I sort of think about things in the abstract and worst case scenarios, because that's what I'm trained to do as an attorney. So when I think of this in the abstract and the worst case scenario, it's Chief Harris's successor, and it's a different city manager, and it's a different council. And I think there is a possibility of a potential conflict in the wording that we're using in Section 10, where the request by the civilian authority, in this case the city manager, that request by the civilian authority requires an articulable reason that justifies the review. There's a standard there that has to be met. And I think because we're setting that standard, we have the potential for this conflict, not likely with the personnel we have today, but perhaps with personnel in the future. And I think when it comes to civilian oversight, really the civilian authority, in this case the city manager, the civilian supervisor for this Kirkland's Police Department, should be able to request and obtain body-worn camera footage, regardless of whether he or she articulates a justifiable reason. I wonder, though, if there's enough flexibility in subsection E there. We do stay in connection with any incident that garners media or community inquiry. I wonder if that statement is something we could massage a little bit more to make it a little bit clear that it's a really low bar. If there's any community, and I would say community interest perhaps, instead of inquiry, it doesn't actually require a member of the media or community to make an inquiry, because it might be something that the civilian authority, in this case the city manager, is interested in because it has it is something of community interest. He or she, in that role as civilian authority, should be able to make that request. So maybe there's a way we can massage the language there to make it really clear it's a pretty low bar. I will note that we do have the savings clause that follows subsection E. This section is not a substitution for any other civilian oversight mechanism or process. Maybe that process is simply that the city manager is the civilian supervisor of the Kirkland Police Department, and therefore the process is the boss is requesting a copy of body-worn camera footage. But I would want to be very clear about that. I'd want us to be clearer about that in this language, because we want to be able to articulate to the public that there is true civilian oversight over the program, and that a request can be made without getting into a dispute. about whether there's a justifiable reason for that request. And then the only other thing I would add to that is the civilian oversight that's described here describes the city manager and the city manager's office and the city manager's authorized designees. I think the city council, as the elected body for the residents of Kirkland, ought to also be part of that recognition of a civilian oversight authority in this context too. So I'd like to see a proposal for a revision in that regard as well. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Any
guess
other
I can certainly give Chief Harris and city manager an opportunity to respond if they have any response.
Well, I think we tried to capture what we thought would be all of those issues the way we wrote it. I think we have the city attorney and the chief, and I need to still sort of talk about some of those things. We tried to get it with, as you mentioned, the catch-all on 242, that this is not intended to stop any other way that we have civilian oversight, or if the council some days, for example, created an office of police accountability, or if we create an equity board or something, that this isn't intended to do that. I think what the complexity about things like council involvement is, it's similar to what we do today, which is we might say, yes, you can see it, but we need to be in executive session because part of investigation or there's a legal issue associated with it or something like that. So there's just a lot of nuance and complexity to that we didn't want to have chapter and verse in here about. So I think we need to think about exactly how to say that. But the intent is not to say you can't see it. The intent would be, just like many other duties you have, you can see it in certain ways that aren't necessarily public, right? So I think that's the stuff we need to flesh out a little bit.
Okay, but maybe we can see a proposal that maybe walks that fine line.
Yeah, I think.
But maybe makes it more clear for the public. Right. Okay.
I think it does come down to articulating better the relationship of the city manager to the police chief and the relationship of the council to the city manager. So that's what we're sort of still talking through.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Chief Harris and City Manager's Office and the City Attorney's Office. I know you put a lot of really, and team put a lot of really hard work into this. And thank you to the community too. We've heard a lot from the community. We've heard a lot of very passionate, differing perspectives on what we need to have here. And I think, Chief, you and your team did a really great job of listening to that and incorporating that. I really appreciate having this separate KMC chapter around public safety technology that will apply not only to body-worn cameras, but other technology that the city uses as well. So thank you for that. I feel in particular that the community concerns were really heard and acted upon with the ban on facial recognition technology in here in this chapter, with those specific exceptions, of course, and the flexibility that the city manager just talked about in community oversight. I know that that's something that we've discussed, that there's more to come on that as we onboard as the DEIB manager onboards and starts on this work, that there's more to come perhaps with community oversight. And so I appreciate the flexibility and allowances for that in here, in the language here. Also the clear policy on when cameras are to be on and off. I really appreciate that. And also how data are handled and stored and managed, in particular that we're going to maintain the original recordings and that there's going to be an activity log or audit trail of every time any data are touched. So I really, really appreciate those. I feel that the concerns of the community were really heard there. I really want to make sure that we do actually follow through and have some sort of community oversight. I know that's something that we heard so much from the community, so I'm glad to see that there's the flexibility in here to allow for that. And I want to make sure that we actually do move forward with some sort of committee, whether it be an equity board or something else for that. And then I had sent around earlier today just a minor proposed amendment to one of the section C, section 6, subsection C, that talks about one of the exceptions to the facial recognition technology ban. And it's where it talks about using facial recognition or similar biometric techniques in managing secure entry and or access to restricted buildings, rooms, or other secure spaces. Oh, thank you. You have that on there. Wow, you are so ahead of me. Thank you. And so just wanted to, I'm not making a formal motion now, but just wanted to explain why I wanted to make this change to the ordinance. It's really just to clarify how those data are going to be used, right? That's the whole point of having the facial recognition technology ban, allowing for these very narrow, specific exceptions, and being really crystal clear and making sure we have really clear guardrails around what those data can be used from whenever we are using facial recognition technology. So that was the purpose of this change here, was just whenever we're collecting any of these data that we already had in there that they can only be collected with the knowledge and consent of any person authorized for such entry or access. And I think it's equally as important to have on there, perhaps more so, that those data can only be used for purposes arising from or related to such entry or access. So minor wording changes, but in content, I think that's really important to make sure we're being really crystal clear with how those data can be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we all know that this is really important legislation before us. It's something that's going to be really impactful going forward in terms of how the police department operates and the access to information that we have. And I just, since I'll be absent at the next meeting, I just wanted to go on the record and saying that I would be supporting it. I would support it tonight, adoption, especially with the changes that Councilmember Black and Falcone have suggested. So I'm not going to go into all the reasons why I support it, other than just to say that I think learning more about the technology really convinced me, and the process that we went through, and that impressive list of different touch points that we've had over the last year, about year plus on this. I just feel it's the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? With that, Sherry, you got what you need?
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And that will take us, are we okay? Do we need a break? Okay. Power through. Okay, let's take it to item D, the Spiny Homestead retrofit facility update. Welcome, Kelly. City Manager.
Okay, no, go ahead. Yes, we're just looking for council direction on this item, and our Surface Water Program Supervisor, Kelly Jones, is going to give a brief presentation, and we're looking for council action. Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen, the presentation? Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I have 6 quick slides to walk through with you tonight to give you an update of where we are with the Spiny Homestead project and are seeking direction on next steps. So tonight I'll walk through how we got to where we are today, talk about where we are with our current grant application status, where Spiny Homestead lies as a priority for each department, talk about doing this project separate versus a joint project, and then options to move forward. So Spiny Homestead is a rare opportunity for a surface water retrofit where the city has a large amount of area of water, almost 27 acres that drain to that star in the figure on your screen. And it drains to a location that's large enough to site a stormwater facility that can actually treat and infiltrate all of the water. And so because of this opportunity, this project was originally identified as a potential fee in lieu mitigation site for development in 2019. And that's when council directed staff to evaluate the feasibility of this option. We returned in 2020 and the potential fee in lieu mitigation site was not recommended at that time. However, council directed staff to develop a 30% plan for a retrofit facility at this site to determine if it was a strong candidate for another potential win-win opportunity similar to 132nd Square Park. And then at our last meeting in 2021, council agreed with our recommendation to move forward for applying for a stormwater grant to fund the design piece of the park while the PROS plan was being developed. And so staff applied for the Stormwater Financial Assistance Program grant with the Department of Ecology last October, and we applied for the full $704,000 to complete the stormwater design of the park, which would get us advertisement-ready documents. So we are currently on the draft offer list for that, and we are project 5 out of 47, showing really the regional interest and support for these types of retrofit projects. The grant will pay for 75% of our ask, and we would be asked to come with a 25% match for that. And the final award is, or the grant award is set for the end of the month, which is driving the need for staff to seek council direction. So after we submitted for the grant, we have also been working on updates to both our surface water master plan and the parks, recreation, and open space plan. And so each of these plans work to prioritize and identify projects that were high priorities for the department, and different methodologies and different criteria led to different priorities for Spinney Homestead Park. The surface water master plan resulted with it as a high priority, and the PROS plan did not. So the stormwater project, it was actually ranked #1 for our water quality projects within the surface water master plan. It's in our Forbes Creek Basin, which is our one of our highest priority watersheds within Kirkland. And this project would work towards improving water quality issues we currently have in the creek, such as high temperature and bacteria, and as well as it would reduce erosive flows that are in Forbes Creek by infiltrating the water and slowly releasing it back into that creek system. And also the area that drains to this project was developed prior to stormwater controls, so it's not likely to redevelop anytime soon, meaning that this water will likely never be treated without a city project like this. The PROS plan is also concurrently being updated as well, and they're prioritizing projects for parks and community services. And as part of that PROS plan, an athletic field demand study and strategic plan was developed. And this analysis recommended locations for considerations to change fields from grass to synthetic turf. And Spinney Homestead was evaluated as part of that, but not identified as a priority due to its close proximity to neighbors, the small size of the park, lighting impacts, and also limited parking. And so Spinney Homestead is not currently on the park CIP funded list for the 6-year CIP, but there is an unfunded master plan project that's estimated at $120,000. So we also talked about evaluating the potential to build the stormwater project as a standalone project and restore the park to the grass surface. But due to the elevation of the storm pipes in the street, you can see it here as it's draining out. It caused us to raise the elevation for a portion of the park, creating this tier surface, and it would limit the playability of the park. So we also discussed the potential to fill the park to match that new elevation to accommodate the stormwater vault, but this would encroach on the existing pathway around the park and change the feel of the park. And so with these design complexities in mind, we had talked with the Parks Department, and we talked about these projects should be done together when there's sufficient funding and time for both projects. So with the grant award at the end of the month, we're seeking council direction on the following options. Both options include pausing the stormwater project and declining and returning the grant funds, and either waiting for Spinney Homestead Park to become a park priority project, or returning to the next budget cycle with options to move, with options to fund both the stormwater and the parks project. And that's all I have.
Is that your last slide, Kelly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Council discussion on the options? Any? Anybody? I know where I am.
Thank you, Kelly.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Kelly, with an I. So when I'm sitting here watching your presentation, and then I'm thinking, this is really compelling that we should do this stormwater retention, but I recognize that it's just not a priority for parks at this time. So I can't help but think of our success at 132nd. So my preference would be return the grant funding, but come back next budget cycle to see if there's some ways that we can fund this, both the stormwater retention and the park project. Thank you.
Head nods? Councilmember Pascal.
Maybe I'll kind of take a little bit different viewpoint. Is that I think there's just a ton of demands and needs across our park system, and I don't want to necessarily circumvent a prioritization process. But I think our prioritization process, when we're looking at all capital projects and parks, needs to account for environmental benefits that a project might provide, or stormwater benefits that a park project might provide. So I would hope that that kind of improvement that's happening to stormwater would be captured in our prioritization process. Because I could think of other park projects like Juanita Beach, where it provided some really critical enhancement of wetlands and sensitive areas. And I would argue that those are just as important as stormwater improvements. So I just want to make sure that our prioritization process is capturing that and not circumvent that in any way. So that's just where I'm at. So I think I'm kind of more in favor of, I'm kind of like a hybrid, I think, of both of those.
Terrific.
Madam, just
City Manager.
So I want to make sure I answer this question correctly, but Kelly, when you talk about the next budget cycle, I thought we talk about it this fall for 23, 24, or is the staff discussing the following budget cycle?
My understanding is following budget cycle, so 2025 to 2026.
Okay, so I was incorrect on that then, I think, because I talked to one of the council members about that. So, okay. So maybe putting a date in it might be the way to talk about it, to say, to come back in 25, 26 with at least options.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for that clarification, City Manager and Kelly. Kelly, you did a great job on this presentation and in the memo. Thank you so much. I feel a sense of urgency to do this project because this is the #1 project in our surface water master plan. And if we're going to be serious about sustainability and environmental issues, I'm with Councilmember Curtis that we need to prioritize this. That said, I acknowledge the constraints of this location that were in the memo, not a ton of parking and things of that nature to really have a big thing like 132nd Square Park, right? It's not going to necessarily be that. And I wonder if there's some value that this can bring to like a niche group of people or sub population who, may really have a strong need, right? Is there some sort of project where it might not draw the masses, right? Because there's just not the space to have, big ball fields and things like that here. But is there something we can do? Do we have the need for another like fenced in toddler playground? Or do we have a need for like a super accessible, playground for those who have mobility disabilities? Or is there something that we can do that those constraints that were talked about in the memo wouldn't really apply, right? But it may not be the top of the list because it may not serve the most people, but really from an equity lens, it may serve a really important need in our community. So I would be curious to see if there are such needs, if there are such solutions to use this space where it would add a lot of value to the community without necessarily drawing in big crowds. So we would see that value from the park side. But I would absolutely be interested to see what those options are and what kind of things we can explore. And I'm thinking about the date because I think City Manager, I was the one who had asked about the date when we spoke. And so my brain was thinking originally when I was reading the memo, I was thinking it was 25, 26. And then coming into the meeting tonight, I was thinking 23, 24. So yeah, I do feel like there's a sense of urgency. I want to understand the scale of the project. Is there a project, a parks? I would perhaps like to see an interim check-in, just a really high level. Or is there any sort of project, scope that we can identify that might be something that we could do sooner, that we could, from the park side, that we could do in 23, 24. And if not, then hold off until 25, 26. But I'd like to at least explore that. Thank you.
You know, I think it might be helpful for the city manager to check in with the Parks Department. I mean, it's a capacity issue, right? And so given our earlier discussion with regard to pros and recognizing the incredible amount of work we've got ahead of us, going back to Councilmember Pascal's point, I think prioritization has to be part of that, and maybe this isn't a huge one to take on if you can do it in little bites, as you suggested, Councilmember Falcone. Could we ask you to do that, City Manager?
I think we could do a very high-level scope. I mean, especially now that it's clarified as 25, 26, I think we could do, we really want to focus obviously on the ballot measure in 23, right? So that's where our big focus is in pros plan adoption. But I certainly think we could at least do a little look at is the idea of like I don't know what you want to call it, but a specialized park would be interesting to get a sense of. And I think also to talk about the cost, because the stormwater detention vault is not cheap either. It's also, multiple millions of dollars. So maybe be able to come back and just give a better high level. But I think the key message that we're looking for today is return the grant funding now, but come back with some options in the future. So I think I hear her say, yes, you can say no to the grant, but come back with a little bit more information to see if council could have different options.
I see enough headness to go ahead with that.
All right, so we'll put our heads together on that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, one quick question, it won't take long.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to, my understanding, the city would expect to be pretty competitive for grant funding in a future cycle as well, as equally
For the
as
stormwater
competitive as
side.
we were this time around.
For the stormwater side, that's correct.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Lynn, did you want to say something? I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that takes us then to item number E, busking in parks. City Manager.
Okay, we're going to give you a presentation. We are looking for council direction on several options regarding busking in parks, and the presentation is going to be made by our Deputy Parks Director. John Lloyd, did you need a break? Okay. Take it away, Mr. Lloyd.
All right. I'm going to try and share my screen. Hopefully we don't have any issues. Can you all see a presentation? Wonderful.
Yes,
We're getting better at this. Well, good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and the rest of the City Council. Thank you, City Manager, for the introduction. I do have a fairly brief presentation for you this evening. It's only got 10 slides, which includes this slide and a question slide at the end. I do want to preface a little bit on the background of tonight's discussion. It is focused on parks, not necessarily streets and sidewalks. But I do think the concepts could be easily expanded if desired some point in the future. Specifically, the rules that I proposed would need to be updated to address streets and sidewalks and the impacts to neighboring businesses, et cetera. Sorry, one second. My plan tonight is to provide just a real high-level overview of the information in the memo, but take a deeper dive into the recommended change or the staff recommended option, and ultimately seeking your direction on which way you would like to go. That's not advancing. There it goes. So just a real quick lesson. Busking is also commonly referred to as street performing. What we have seen here in Kirkland for the most part has been musicians, but it really can be any sort of performance meant to entertain people in a public place, typically in return for donations of some variety. So I found a few pictures of several different types of buskers. We've got a dance group, some kids playing drums on some buckets, a guitarist, and also appears to have a harmonica, and then a juggler. Busking does date back to centuries and has been found all around the world. Like I said, common practices include dancing, juggling, and music, but can also include things like balloon artists, mimes, or magicians. Really anything that entertains the masses. I learned a whole lot about the law, and particularly that busking is considered a form of free speech. And so technically, busking is not identified in the KMC as being, it's not expressly identified in the KMC. However, it is not necessarily against the law either. Since it is considered free speech is protected by the Constitution, just like panhandling and begging are as well. You are able to impose some limits on free speech, particularly on time, place, and manner. And this is most commonly done by requiring either a permit or setting volume or time restrictions. Some reasons why you might want to regulate or ban street performing or have other restrictions would be for public safety issues or noise issues, such as perhaps next to a hospital, you might not want to have a lot of noise. Or in residential zones, you might set a reasonable curfew for when performances should end. Those would all be considered reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. In reviewing some of the various cases that have been out there, amplification bans have been upheld and they've been overturned. It all depends on, is it the most restrictive use, or are there other options, other alternative channels or venues, or is it not necessarily a good idea? So one example would be not allowing amplified music inside of a subway station. It's indoors, echo noise, need to hear announcements for safety purposes, a lot of good reasons. Other cases, amplification bans were overturned outdoors because it wasn't the same argument that could be made. But every case is looked at individually. There is no blanket statement that says this is always going to be legal, this is always going to be illegal, that I could find. So I did present 4 options in the memo. I don't want to dive into each of the options. I'd rather just go into detail on the staff recommendation of option 3, which would be to create a new section of the KMC specific to busking in parks, which would create a permit process and rules that would allow for the use of amplification. We can obviously go back and discuss any of the other options, or you could come up with a hybrid of any of the proposals as well. So diving into the staff recommendation and how to proceed, we recommend creating a specific code within the KMC related to busking in parks. This code would allow permitted buskers the ability to use amplification within the same context as the current noise regulations throughout the city. And this is the same noise regulations that we recently updated to be more clear within parks, that noise may not be audible within 50 feet, or may not be audible greater than 50 feet from the source of the sound, regardless of whether it's amplified or not. This option will provide additional structure and rules regulating the busking community, with the ultimate goal of reducing conflict between the buskers and the community, and whether that's the buskers and themselves, the buskers and the neighbors, or whoever it may be, but there was definitely some conflict there. One of the rules would be that the permit that is issued to buskers would be worn or displayed prominently while performing, and this would make enforcement simpler and easier, because you'd easily be able to identify who has received a permit and would be allowed to use amplification and who is not. Backing up to option 2 and a lot of the public comment about simply just eliminating the amplification ban. One of the concerns on our end of going that route would be just allowing, that essentially allows anyone and everyone to use an amplified device. You might have a million little boom boxes, little Beats pills, whatever they're called now, in the parks, people playing music, you're gonna have a lot of competing sounds. One of the other benefits of this option is that in order to get a permit, buskers would have to acknowledge and understand all the busking rules, and staff will review all those busking rules when they're actually handing the busker their permit in doing so. By establishing designated busking locations with clear limits on performances, it may address some of the comments we heard today about performances going on and on and on for hours, but it'll also allow some turnover. So there'll be a variety of different performers that would have the ability to perform, and no one busker would be able to monopolize a single park for an entire day. And then I would also propose, I don't have them written down in the proposals because I'm open to suggestions, but we would have limited hours for busking. But for simplicity's sake, they would be pretty standard across the week, unless there's a solid reason otherwise. But we were thinking something in the neighborhood of like 10 to 8 or 10 to 9 in the summer, and then something reducing the hours in the off season when we do get dark pretty early here and the number of people in parks are reduced. So that's where we're going with that. We did take the time to identify a few proposed locations for busking. These were all included in your packet. The yellow circle kind of indicates what 50 feet actually is, and it really does show how loud the buskers have been, because if the neighbors are hearing it all the way away from, like, that's what the current code says they should be, where you should hear them, as the current law says. So the locations were identified keeping both the buskers and the public in mind. We didn't want to put the buskers in some far off corner of the park where no one's going to go and see them. But we also wanted to make sure they were located far enough away from the neighbors as to not disturb them with excessive noise. I tried to place the locations far enough away from picnic shelters, picnic areas as well, as to not overwhelm groups that were utilizing those. City manager did mention the possibility of looking into 2 busking locations at Marina Park. And our recommendation would be to stick with 1 to start with and potentially adding another if necessary. I do have a bonus slide at the end that shows where 2 locations could go at Marina Park that I'll get to at the end. So these are the 2 locations, are the locations for Marina Park as well as Peter Kirk Park. And then we have 2 other locations proposed at both Juanita Beach and Houghton Beach Park. Any other parks could be added, but I started with the waterfront parks that are, and Peter Kirk, because they are generally our busiest parks and it's where buskers have been. Primarily, I've only heard of any issues at Marina Park and Juanita Beach, but I wanted to have other options as well, particularly if we are going to have limits on days and times. And by creating a process, we might see more buskers come out of the come out to perform. So with that, we are looking for council's direction on what is city council's preferred option or direction. And if you do agree with the staff recommendation, are there any changes or modifications you'd like to see to really anything but permit, the fees, the locations, the rules, or otherwise? So, and then I will just advance forward. This is what the marina would look like if you, this shows 2 busking locations. So this could be an option as well. One of the primary thoughts on the original location selected was it was a little further away from the pavilion, which oftentimes would get rented. And so I'm trying to avoid disturbing private groups that are utilizing the pavilion there. So that's all I have. So.
All right. Thank you, John. I've got a little bit of a lineup. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do you want me to continue sharing, or do you want me to not?
I think we've got the options down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just be brief. I like the direction of option 3. I just don't think it's something that we can jump into without having a stakeholder process and at least having the buskers and the neighbors and others be able to have a reasonable opportunity to comment, give us more feedback. I especially want to make sure that the various restrictions are constitutional, not content-based, those kind of things. But I don't want to wait that long to do something. And I think Wilfred kind of, during public comment, stated my position for me. I would like us to do option 2 immediately, like at the next meeting, and then come back with a more complete stakeholder process for option 3. I mean, we may eventually want to consider option 4 as well, where it's more of a formal program where we do scheduling and those kind of things. But I'm a bit concerned about the impact on staff and the amount of time that would take. And even with option 3, I really want to understand what the investment would have to be for enforcement of it. I mean, there's going to be some questions about how do we enforce option 2 even, because, I mean, who's going to be out there judging whether something's audible 50 feet away and have a tape measure or whatever it's going to take? I would like to understand that. But anyway, that would be my preference would be phased approach where we do option 2 right away and then a stakeholder process toward option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Nixon, I appreciate your suggestion and I support it. I do think it's going to be important to get to option 3 because I do want to make sure that we have some of the limitations and hours and locations and allowing a variety of performers the opportunity to use our parks. I think that's going to be important. The other thing that I would like to see that I think is also going to take more time, I appreciate John and Lynn all the thinking about parks, but I also think we need to think about Park Lane. There's busking there today and want to think about how that works. And that may not be a parks issue, so that also will take some more time as we loop in Public Works and how that might happen. And then finally, John, as you mentioned, there's some ambiguity on busking in our code today. If we're going to suddenly or formally permit it, I want to make sure that we're clear that it's not allowed in other locations like the Cross-Kirkland corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
I concur with my council members. I also prefer option 3 as our ultimate goal. As Deputy Mayor said, we've heard issues about this on Park Lane. So we need to look beyond just our Parks Department. Some feedback on option 3. I want to be clear what busking is. And to my mind, that's someone who's playing music to solicit money. I don't want, when the city manager's playing his guitar at his friend's picnic, I don't want him to get in trouble for being accused for busking. So we need to be clear on that. That was a joke, everyone. No one laughed. So some of my concerns are buskers who perform for 2 hours in a location must vacate. As Councilmember Nixon said, how are we going to enforce that? Who's going to be standing out there timing? Pre-recorded music is prohibited as a backup. I'm not sure why we don't just prohibit pre-recorded music, so I'd like to explore that. Use of power outlets is prohibited. I think we should also be clear on any public outlets. That was one of the complaints on Park Lane, where the buskers were using power from some of the buildings without permission. In the memo, we talked about allowing performers to sell merchandise and CDs. I don't think we need to allow that. They can, they can put their hat out for donations, but I don't think they should be doing commerce. I would like to follow Redmond in that they limit to 5 performers. I don't want a 10-piece orchestra out there. I support the park ranger being able to write the citations. And I think that regarding hours, I just think 8 p.m. is too late. Maybe I'm just too old, but maybe we could have it end at 7. Feedbacks on location. The Juanita Beach location that's in front of the restrooms, I'm always going to protect the lifeguards in that area, and that area is so congested already with the vendor and the lifeguards and the use of the restrooms. So I would move that location to the west side of the building or some other location in the park. With Houghton, the location that's suggested on the sand, that's a really busy area where the lifeguards are trying to manage the beach and all those kids playing there. My suggestion would be that we just have one location in Houghton Beach, or we move that second location over to the volleyball side. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone. Oh, I'm sorry, City Manager.
I can follow Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I was going to say ditto, but there's one thing I don't ditto. I do want to underscore what the deputy mayor said about Park Lane as well, because that's something that I think needs to be a part of this conversation. I do agree with the direction that Councilor Nixon mentioned, going with option 2 for now, and then in the very near term, looking into option 3 with some like smaller public engagement, not like a huge thing that would take a long time. I was going to say ditto, but the thing I don't agree on, I don't agree on banning pre-recorded music. When I think of busking, as John, you said, it's not just music, right? I can see like a dance, some folks dancing to pre-recorded music, right? And I don't want to necessarily ban that. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, unless I'm missing.
Yeah, well, the reason behind that one is a lot of those rules, I've read many example rules that were out there. And that one particularly I like, because what I don't want to have is someone just playing music and it's their backup music to their instrument. And then they just keep playing their pre-recorded music for 25 minutes before they play their next song on their guitar. And so it just becomes a right to play loud music in the park. That's not really them performing, it's just playing loud. So that was the intent of that. So yes, for dance purposes, for any of that, pre-recorded music makes a lot of sense as an accompaniment to a performance, but not just for ambient noise. And that's what I was trying to avoid with that rule.
Yeah, that sounds great. As long as we're really at in policy, and that's part of what we'll be exploring when we explore option 3. I think that would be great. I think I interpreted, maybe I misunderstood Councilmember Curtis's comment that she wanted to ban it altogether. I just wanted to say that I don't necessarily agree with that, but other than that, I support this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Not Councilmember Pascal?
Oops.
Nope.
No, I
Never mind.
don't have him on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, I was going to say ditto. I really like the direction that we're headed. I agree with almost all the comments. I'm not going to agree about the two-tiered approach, not because I don't agree we should take the extra time to do it right. I don't see the need to revise 11.80.090 and with respect to amplification, because that actually serves a purpose that's completely independent from performances and music. And we still, I realize it may have an interim impact on at least one performer we know who performs in our parks, but if we do option 3, which is I think the direction we're headed, we just need to do some refinements. We are not going to strike. I would not advocate striking the clause from 11.80.090 because we're going to want that in other cases that aren't involved in live performances. Busking. Does that make sense to my colleagues? So it's not a two-stage approach. It's I guess what I'm saying is a delayed approach.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Nixon.
And I appreciate what Councilmember Black is saying, because I'm thinking back, it's been a few years, but we did have people who were doing street preaching or walking around with small amplifiers making political statements. And the people in the park really objected to that. It's not a performance, it's PA, public address, right? And that's a different thing. And I'm not sure exactly how we differentiate between those and not run afoul of the Constitution, but it's the point's well taken, for me. And maybe it has to be somehow we talk about a performance experience as opposed to simply public announcement. I'm not sure how we do that.
Councilmember Pascal.
You know, Councilmember Black kind of hit what I was thinking. I guess it seems like we're going through a lot of trouble to modify to do option 2 because we're going to have to really think through that nuance. And then hopefully in a month or two, we have option 3 that we can vote on. So it just seems like a lot of work to address, I think, some real issues if we just strike that clause in option 2. I would just like to say, let's just move forward with option 3, but but recognize it's going to take a month or two or however long to get that right.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Question for staff. What's the anticipated timeframe for doing option 3?
Well, I think we can do it relatively quickly. I think a key, I was actually going to suggest the same thing, which is what I hear you all saying is you want to explore the restrictions more. So we just need to cut back to you faster with, okay, here's a choice, here's a choice, here's a choice, and have you make the choices, I think. So I don't think it's going to take us very long to come back to you with the draft ordinance, even at the next meeting, to say, and then you can modify it, and then we can adopt it later. So my recommendation would be just do it once. That's what I was going to suggest. I think we all want to bring this to a close. The park staff does, we all do. So I think we're pretty motivated to give you options quickly.
I think I saw enough head nods to move in that direction. Okay, great.
So.
I just want to make one comment, John, and I'm pretty much in agreement with all the direction that we're going in, but those yellow circles, those are silly. My store is all the way on the inside of the parking lot, and I hear all the buskers. So it's an interesting concept.
That was partly why I showed it. It was partly to demonstrate how far out of compliance that they currently are. And by showing a visual of 50 feet when we're giving a permit to the buskers, perhaps they might be a little more aware of the volume they're actually generating and have a better sense of what 50 feet is.
Okay, well, thank you for that, because come on down to my store any sunny day.
I've been at Juanita Beach where the saxophone guy was playing for
Okay,
plenty of
thank
time.
you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Black.
I was just going to add one comment because I was thinking about that. It's just, I don't know how we get around it. It's going to be really tough, but acoustics don't operate in 2 dimensions and as simply as we would like them to.
Especially
right?
on the water.
Carrying across the water, or, you know, I couldn't help but in the visual of the Peter Kirk Park, where we had a circle that was kind of up on where the path is kind of up on the hill by the library. I mean, 50 feet, if you're on the same grade, it might be 50 feet. But if you're in an apartment across Central Way, you're probably going to be able to hear it just because of the way acoustics are. So we do have some challenges there, but I don't think that's a reason not to move forward. I think we can move forward with a otherwise rational ordinance. But there's always going to be some weird acoustic situation.
Absolutely. So I think we're done with this.
I will be back with options.
Excellent. We'll see you again soon. Thanks very much. Okay, that takes us to item number 10, reports, and I will start with Councilmember Nixon. Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
All right, the only thing I have is I sent everyone the letter, and I'm requesting council permission to have the mayor sign the letter to the House Appropriations Committee requesting $1 million in federal funding to fund crisis response centers.
Are we good with that?
Everybody good? All right, thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
The only thing is just to remind you that I'll be missing the next 2 meetings, and that I really hope that you'll excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll send some details in email, but the legislative work group did a debrief on the session, talking about where we were successful, some things that stalled, next steps, and I'll send some details on that. But I do want to note 2 things. One is that you asked us to look at House Bill 1099, which was the bill that incorporated climate resiliency into comprehensive plan updates. That bill did not pass, but you asked the work group to look at that. From a staff report from David Barnes, we found that Kirkland is compliant with the intent of that law, and the work group is recommending no further action with what we're intending to do with our comp plan update. The other thing that I would note is with this, we've concluded our work for the 22 session, and per our committee appointments we made in January. I will be stepping away from the legislative work group. Councilmember Curtis will be chairing from here on out, and Councilmember Black will be joining the legislative work group. Thank you.
On behalf of Council, Deputy Mayor Arnold, I cannot thank you enough for the role that you have played with the quick departure of Councilmember Asher from the legislative work group. You picked it up. You have carried the ball long and hard, and it is, I know you've been recognized, you know, across the state as pretty legendary around this body of work, but we will try to keep up with kind of the plays that you taught us.
Thank you.
And with that, the only update I have is I'm working pretty hard on water. Who'd I skip? Amy? Oh, I'm sorry, Amy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. I appreciate that, looking out. I'll try to be quick. A lot has happened, so I'll just highlight a few things. Potentially good news coming out of the King County Affordable Housing Committee. Our last meeting, we did approve unanimously an affordable housing accountability and implementation framework. It's good news because I was not so confident that it was going to move through, but it was able to move through unanimously, and we modified the draft framework. I'll email you about this, but we basically modified it to make it just easier for smaller cities to be able to implement. And that'll go back to the GMPC soon, which Councilmember Curtis is on. So more to come and some positive progress there. Thank you to staff for the Taste of the World event. It was amazing. I went with my kids. Also had the opportunity to volunteer at an Essentials First hygiene kit packing party with my 2 older children. If you haven't checked out the work of Essentials First, I highly recommend you check them out. They do a lot of really important work in filling that gap of making sure that people's hygiene needs are met with shampoo and laundry detergent and toothpaste and toothbrushes, really important basic needs. And they are just fantastically organized. And I was really impressed by that. Really enjoyed the Green Move celebration with many of you and folks from King County and the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance. So kudos to that partnership and everything that happened there. Councilor Black and I enjoyed a Cascade Recycling Center tour. I know a lot of us have already seen what happens there with sorting our recycling, but one thing that we learned when we were there is that they're undergoing a major renovation starting later this year that's supposed to be done next spring, where they're going to have not only a bigger footprint, but a lot of really new technology. So I encourage all of us to go back sometime later next year to check out that once it's completed. So, attended an event by the Community Advisory Board of Radar. Had a panel of reps from King County Behavioral Health and Recovery Division and the 988 CRIS Committee on that legislation and the current status and potential implications for crisis response of 988. That was a fantastic event. And then attended a really great event. I just wanted to thank staff, particularly Martha Chowdhury, for organizing an event with Imagine Housing at their offices to work on getting a playground at Velocity. This is something that we've been talking about. This, initiated when I was co-chair of the Human Services Commission, and we had held a meeting on site there, and we heard from families that that was one of their biggest needs, was having a safe place nearby for the children to play. And so more to come on that, but thank you. It was really, really well attended with, like I mentioned, Martha Chowdhury was there, John Lloyd, Jason Fallon, a housing representative. There was and a mom there, as well as the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation. So we're making progress. It's going to take work and time, but I'm really thankful for that. Look forward to welcoming the 8th Day Nails to Kirkland at their ribbon cutting on Thursday evening. Also looking forward to the Pride event at Kirkland Urban next Friday. Also want to say that same day is the last day of school in Lake Washington School District. So an early happy summer to all the students in Lake Washington School District. I'm excited for not only my own family, but all the families in the district to end the year strong. And as Debbie Lacey mentioned earlier, there's an event on Saturday, June 18th, the East Side Honoring Juneteenth event. It's the 2nd annual one. You may remember last year was virtual. It's at noon on the 18th at Juanita Beach Park, organized by Nikayla Rice from Eastside Embrace and Shayla Stanton from the Washington State Commission on African American Affairs. And I'm happy that the city of Kirkland is also co-sponsoring this event. I'm honored to have been asked to participate on a panel at the event. So thank you to Nikayla, Sheila, Debbie, and others, Jim Lopez and others who are helping organize that event and bringing it to the Kirkland community. Happy early Juneteenth to our community, and also happy early Father's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I don't need to go into the water discussion. John McGilvray is staffing me on the work that Portland is doing, and we are keeping Councilmember Curtis up to speed with regard to presentations that we're doing tomorrow night. Is that tomorrow night? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow night for PIC. So just keep your heads up. Lots of stuff going on with water, all kinds of water. And one other thing is I have been down to Lake Tapps and to the offices of Cascade last week twice to do presentations with the community. And you cannot believe how much the Lake Tapps community embraces the work of Cascade and the partnership that we have created. And they are actually, for the first time in the 13 years that I've been involved in it, actually willing to talk about establishing a lake funding mechanism to take care of milfoil and water issues. We've been putting about $400,000 into that on an annual basis. It's going to take a lot more than that to get rid of what they're calling now just pretty much a swamp in some certain areas. So that's really exciting for water quality and our future water source. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you. I know it's late, but I do have two quick issues. The first is I want to give you an update on the tenant protection discussions with Arch. So just that it's going to, more information to come back, but Jim Lopez on my behalf has been reaching out. So the Shannon Boldazar, who sent you all an email representing the groups like NAOP and the Multifamily Housing Association, the Rental Housing Association, we're working with them to bring those folks into a conversation with Jim about the tenant protections. Jim's also reached out to Eric Campbell of Main Street Properties, Doug Waddell, Joe Rosori, and Robert Pantley. He's also been working with Debbie Lacey for Eastside for All and has interviewed Lindsay Masters. We're going to have a series of stakeholder groups that we're going to pull together, probably not in time for the next meeting in June, but probably to have recommendations for the first meeting in July. So just wanted to let you know that we are trying to reach out to everybody that you've asked us to, and we'll have some things to bring back to you soon. And then my second item is I need to put my head together with Lynn. One of the things about the PROS plan is it needed to have adoption by the end of June in order to keep us qualified for RCO grants. And I think what we all agree from the comments that you gave us is that we have more work to do between now and we won't be able to adopt the revised one by the June 21st council meeting. So I'll think about there may be some ways we can adopt an interim plan to extend while we take the time we need to refine this plan. So all of the time frame was moving to adoption by the end of June, but I think we have some more work to do and won't meet that target. So I just wanted to put that out there that we'll think of some ways to give us all time to revise it, but also still make our deadline so that we can qualify for future RCO grants. So.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
The consultants are with us till the bloody end?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Green end. And then any other calendar questions or anything from the council?
Seeing none?
All right. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
With that, we made it before midnight, folks. I'm kind of surprised. So thank you for an incredible amount of work. Thank you to the staff for the incredible amount of setup that you do for us to allow us to get this much done. And with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.